What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Stormforge, episode 6. Welcome.
Welcome to Wednesdays.
One of my favorite days.
Wednesday.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite days.
Hey.
I love it.
I'm gonna refrain from doing the meme every Wednesday because I don't think people need to hear screeching down the microphone quite like that.
It's Wednesday, my dude.
The sweet mame.
There is an instinctive reaction that you're trying to pull out of my brain, Drak. I hate it. There's a part of me that is conditioned to automatically respond with the other part of that meme, and I'm sitting here like, what have you done? No, you can't do this.
Hey.
I have to actively hold myself back.
Follow your heart, that's what I'm gonna say.
Oh, good thing I have my fan at the ready today.
Yeah.
Yes. I love it. Who's got big announcements they want to let the community know about?
Not me just going blank.
Yeah, I don't have any new announcements. Enemy of my Enemy on Demi Plane RPG at 8 p.m. Eastern, gonna be happening this Friday, and coming with episode 2. And things are likely gonna hit the fan hard from what we talked about. I mean, it's no secret, we're playing Vampires and Hunters, and we're going to meet in episode 2, and we'll see what happens. We'll see who walks out alive.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good. I cannot wait because I know how my character is going to react to all of the bullshit that is about to fucking happen, and I cannot wait to throw hands. It is going to be fantastic.
So yeah, keep an eye out for that. But other than that, I don't think I have any big announcements.
God damn it, Sam. Sorry. Oh my God, I see those tiny hands of yours again.
They were perfectly above the name bar. It was.
Sam today is joined by Myshkin's Mage Hands.
Oh my god.
They're called the Mish Gloves.
Get a little green tinsel you can wrap around.
Actually, we take the mist out and it's just skin gloves.
Oh.
I don't like it.
Well,
I'm rethinking this whole campaign, actually.
That's fine. If you can't hang with me, then you shouldn't be here. I'm a lot to handle.
Who else has big announcements?
I have some pretty cool stuff that I can't really say, but actually I didn't sign an NDA, but you know what? We'll wait for it, but it's pretty cool. What I will say about it is I will be shortly in the next, week or so on a channel discussing African folklore and how to make it real in tabletop games and how to do it in a way that is culturally appropriate and paying homage to, the places where it comes from. I think it's important. I think it's important to have diversity at the table. I have not seen much in terms of African culture brought to the table. And when I did my little one shot, last year, it was something that I thoroughly enjoyed. And it's something that I'm still learning about because there's so much that we are not taught. So that's going to be a lot of fun. The other thing is that I said I didn't have cancer before, and it's still true. It's double true because when I went to the doctor to check out everything, healing nicely, and it turns out I just got some thick ass titties. I don't know.
Amen.
So you're Raven, correct? You have thick. This is what we call in the medical industry. Thick ass titties.
No, absolutely. And I'm like, makes sense.
Sounds like it's no bad news at all. Okay.
No, it's just, So TLDR, it's just that I have very dense tissue. in specific places, and I mean, I'll take that. I just have to keep up with, mammograms yearly now instead of, starting 10 years from now, but I'm okay with that. So that's pretty big. I was really happy. Felt very light.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good stuff, yo. Love that.
It's not a particularly happy announcement, one on a more sort of whimsical shucks thing, and the other very much so. But the shucks thing is I'm off break as of tomorrow. I will be back. You will be getting more regular videos on Friday for things. Yeah, as per typical. The sad bit is I don't usually shout out any particular videos and whatnot on the individual basis, because day by day goes by and it's just the churn. The last video that I made was something that was very hotly requested, which was the story of good Commander Zavala, given the passing of Lance Reddick. So that video is going out later today at a certain point. It has no ads. That was not right, and I did not feel that it was right to cover it immediately, because that's just making a lot of algorithm and metadata hay out of someone's death. So that's come out now at what I think is a much more respectable timeline. Yeah, I hope that everyone enjoys it. And normally I wouldn't shout out a video like that, but yeah, when it comes down to it, this was very important. So if you are so inclined, go ahead and check that out. And yeah, the rest of it, more stuff from me as regular, but no ads on that video. Should hopefully be something people can sit by and, I don't know if enjoy is the right word, but sort of
Reminisce.
get some peace with. Reminisce. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never know the right term, but
I can't
thank
wait
you.
to watch it.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching it too. I think it's important because, hi, I'm biased, I'm black. I think it's important that, we talk about these things respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
If I was really cool,
yeah.
I would be able to take a purple sheet and have a parachute party and put some fans up underneath it like I had my own personal bubble and would listen to it. Because that would be the way that I would listen to my Commander Zavala in my Destiny Titan bubble, where it belongs.
Stay
Did you see
inside the
that?
shield.
Did you see that video that Lance Reddick did where he was like, people keep on saying they could listen to me talk about anything. So I'm going to read the ingredients off this soda can, and good God, it's absolutely beautiful.
It certainly helps that in real life, Lance Reddick, from every single person I've heard reporting about it, was just a wonderful human being. So, yeah, it's just miss you, Lance. Miss you, Commander.
Cheers.
I don't have beer on me, but cheers.
No, but we got beer in the stream. If you got one, Voodoo Ranger, capitalism immediately after the feel-good story.
Jesus.
Say, not Robert capitalizing on it.
No, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Voodoo Ranger. So it's my own sweet, sweet love story. They paid my mortgage during COVID. So if you got a Voodoo Ranger, raise it. Atomic Citrus in stores now. They're great people. We'll be there at PAX West. Into another set of great people that have provided all of these lovely maps that you get to see from week to week from the Patreons: Shabby, Drewcom, Westwolf, Aaliyah, Caleb, Monica, O3, Feisty, Kim, Nick, and Noor and Stokers. Thank you guys for being in the $10 tier and above on the Patreon and helping take care of our wonderful, wonderful map bill. Love you. Picking up where we left off last week with Kallisto's son and friends swept up in the mix of the chaos of Agent 178's lockdown of the streets in Stormforge. Going off the intel provided by Faroük, the eyes in the sky, Farouk's Golden Eagle familiar. You guys were able to charge into the fray, kicking some serious city guard ass, but not before two of your party members were dropped from long rifle shots from Sky Marshals. It took the will of Myshkin, Kallisto, Loluphia, Kaivar, all pushing forward to save Kallisto's son. With Agent 178 dropping to the ground in an incredible push. By the end, some ridiculous failsafe triggering when the other city guard tried to remove their helmets. Every single guard has perished. Chrissy back at the Amber Forge, still exhausted from the earlier visions that transpired hours before. We pick up in the moments after you all realized that every single guard has perished. And silence fills the night streets.
As Myshkin's ghostly hands still envelop Loluphia's, they flicker out, and you see the green glow around both of the pendants around Myshkin's neck equally drop as he just suddenly crumples, still up against the barrels and the crates he was hiding behind, and you can see that he is shaking a little bit as he looks down at the two quite prominent bullet wounds that are staining his red cloak an even darker shade, and he just sits there for a moment, his wrists just shaking and held up against him.
Druid, seeing this, immediately run towards you and try to catch you to help lessen the weight of this fall. And whoa, it's okay, it's okay.
I'm all right. I'm fine.
I think you looked better. And she would just cast some healing and make sure that this air envelops you and is warm, just to let you know that you're feeling this warmth. You're here with us. As it penetrates your wounds, we give you some help.
The bullets just slowly push out and ding, 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 ding on the ground, and Myshkin just looks at you, and you notice as you reach out to him, he does initially flinch, but he looks at you and... Thank you. Are you all right?
She's kind of looking at herself. Well, I think I am. Thank you, though. And thank you for your help.
Don't mention it. And he is immediately going to move past and towards the bodies of the various sky marshals that he can see.
Her eyes follow.
And can I investigate the bodies, just pushing them over with my paws, just standing over them and pushing them aside with my feet? I want to see if there is anything hanging around their necks.
Go ahead and roll perception check with the Sky Marshals.
Okay. Where are we? Perception.
Yes.
Lovely. There we go. 20.
There are no tags, no necklaces, no identification.
Myshkin's wrist just slowly reaches up to the purple scarf around his shoulders and brushes against one of the items that is sewn into it, a copper cog, and just turns away. And He's trying to see if he can see Kallisto and, more importantly, the kids.
I think there'd be a moment where Kallisto is more listening out to see if there are any more fighting going on. But once it's clear that there's silence, you'll see him round the corner with the kids in front of him. I think you can see he's fully herding the kids. I don't think they have any intention of leaving after what they've witnessed, but he's not taking any chances and kind of has arms on either side of the kids as he's leading them to the rest of the group.
Myshkin, did you want to check for anything more specific on these individual Sky Marshals?
I'm going to cast Mage Hands again so I can more thoroughly rifle through any kind of bags they might have. I want to see if there are any cogs on any of them. And I want to see if there are any orders. I want to see if there are any paperwork, any instructions, anything pertaining to what Chrissy.
Roll society check.
Society. Okay. I am untrained. There we go.
Don't you still technically have the +1 though?
Oh.
Just saying.
Rummaging through their pockets, you do not find cogs that you're specifically looking for, but you do find Agent 178's badge and what appears to be paperwork. The other Sky Marshal has no paperwork, no identification. Also with a 19, the serial numbers have been removed from all of their weapons.
And what does the paperwork say?
I want you to go ahead and check this out.
Where am I
I love
looking?
when the DM does that.
The paper you're looking at is a clear forgery. Even with you being an out-of-towner, it doesn't take long to realize that this is not a real document and not a real badge.
Okay. And what is the paperwork a forgery of?
Identification for them being a Sky Marshal.
Lovely. Okay. Looking between the papers and the badges, Myshkin looks over towards both Loluphia and Kallisto, and seeing the children following, decides this is not the time, and is just going to place them in his satchel and allow them at least a moment of normalcy as he heads towards the only other person he really knows, which is Farouk.
Is this apparent to us? Like, your facial features, do they indicate anything?
They certainly soften, and you do see as Myshkin looks towards the group following Kallisto, you see him just nod a little to himself and just bring the purple scarf up around a little higher and move off.
Once I round the corner, I see the rest of the group, and honestly, more specifically, I see Loluphia. I'll crouch down to Ziva's level and say, like I said, your mother's been very worried. I think you owe her an explanation. As I'm like nudge Ziva over to Loluphia, before turning to his friends and going, all of you go into the Amber Forge. My mum will fix you up some dinner, somewhere to stay for the night, while we figure out what exactly to do next.
Are you talking to Loluphia now?
Yes, once I've led the kids into
Okay.
sent the kids over to the Amber Forge, I would have followed Ziva to Loluphia.
You would catch her just crouched down and embracing Ziva and just bringing him in and squeezing him tight before letting him go and just, oh my gosh, I'm glad you're okay. And she would look up at you, Kallisto, and having her hand still on Ziva's shoulder and just wrap her arm around you and just put her head to your chest. Embrace.
Hold both of you tight. I think there's definitely the smell of burning fabric coming from Kallisto, but he's just very quietly holding the two of you, and I think looks to. Oh, sorry, say that again.
I said she would look up to you and watching your facial features and move in these ways.
I think he's very clearly holding back tears, I think. Relief and all the adrenaline that he's been running on his family, leaving his system, and I think it's just doing everything he can not to just break down sobbing right here. Before turning to you, Loluphia, and going, are you okay? You took some shots
No, I'm
there.
fine. Don't worry. I feel happy and healthy. We should get Ziva down to the Amber Forge with your mom.
Tomorrow, Ziva, I'm happy you're safe, but you're grounded.
Why?
Why did
I
you
didn't do
leave?
anything.
You left Holton's place in the middle of the
well-
night when there was a curfew.
Fine. It's fine. Maybe Grandma will let me make something. And he runs off toward the Amber Forge.
God damn it, she probably will. And
Yeah, she probably will.
yeah,
And she loops her arm around yours in the crook of it and has kind of brought her other arm around to put her hand on the arm that is burning, and just start to lead you back to the Amber Forge with the group.
he gently places a hand on the one you're using to touch the burns, and he just goes, I'm okay. Honestly, not as bad as the mechanical dragon. Didn't push myself too hard this time.
I can see that. And she just holds you tight.
Whilst all of this is going on, Kaivara is going to sort of gingerly be examining the soldier that just dropped dead right in front of him, and takes out his book and holds it in his hands, channeling some of the energy that's within it. Kaivara is going to really quickly at first investigate using the book, and is going to use it to cast Read Aura to see if the switch that went off was purely mechanical or if there was magic, for the sake of understanding some context as to what's happened.
Spell attack, advantage.
Gotcha. Oh gosh, I don't actually know how to roll a spell attack in this, I don't think.
You go to your spell casting, it's up at the very top.
Ooh, okay, yes it is. Wow, thank you. And it's just that. Okay, nice. It is not giving me an option to... Yes, it is. Okay, there we go. It's a 28.
And this assists only if it is magical?
It's literally a way of perceiving whether it's a magical aura or not, or if there's any kind of magic to the construction, as best I'm knowing it. It's basically trying to assess if there's magic that was used to kill this, or if it was entirely mechanical. Just a really simple yes or no check, basically.
Kaivar, you feel as if something has been lost or spent. You clearly see a small mechanical device, but you also pick up the faint essence of expended arcane energy.
Kaivar will note that. We'll not really say on it anything more on it, but we'll definitely note it, because he's not been to Stormforge before and does not know about the city and how it views magic of certain types and how it views technology. Still holding out the book, he's going to walk over towards the Juggernaut and the remains of it that have been pulped in a bloody manner, and he's going to hold out one of his larger hands on top of some of the remains whilst holding out the book, and one of the other pages next to Chrissy's will begin to fill. And as it slowly fills, it's got something that resembles the brutality to it. An armored and clenched fist, brutish shapes. The pages fill themselves out, and the book closes itself. And Kaivar then walks away and follows the rest back inside the Amber Forge.
And while everybody is fighting and dying and surviving and making their way back, Chrissy is dreaming or something like that on the back of Lily, and he's seeing these very vivid shapes, these vivid colors, much like an omen that doesn't make sense. But he sees Kaivar rise and grow. And he sees this cloud burst before being put back together. He sees fire and ice and waves of metal. He sees a faceless puppet master holding strings of what appear to be sky marshals as they are snipped, watching these dolls fall and tumble. And as he is going through this process of lucid dreaming, he actually, I'm going to cast threefold aspect. He is himself, but his features are aging. So, by the time he is done, he takes a deep breath and snaps open his eyes, white and silver as they were, and holds a hand over the teardrop that hangs around his neck. The lines in his face, unnatural, but very much natural. And he looks down at Lily and just kind of sighs very deeply as his wings hang dejectedly against his back. And he places a shaky hand against the corgi's face. I think these are going to be trying times, Lily. I hope that you will always be with me. And he smiles and like his back is hunched over and he giggles a little bit. He's tired. And there's a lot that is being told to him that he cannot decipher. And he's wearing that.
Faroük is going to pick up the body of the guard inside the Amber Forge. It was left to be unconscious. It has now also perished due to the failsafe. And he's going to pick up the guard that's slightly outside the door that feared for their life before the failsafe went off. And he's going to move those bodies away from the rest, still leaving them outside. You can see him drawing some charcoal etchings around where he placed their bodies. Like the spinning of a top, you no longer can visibly see his feet, as if he is now floating on a small whirlwind of a fiery tornado that continually wraps around from the bottom of his foot up to his knee. His eyes glowing brighter than what they even do normally, no longer able to see the iris, only orange and gold. As he simply carries on with a somber ritual around these two bodies. You can see a small mark of the sun and his god appear above their foreheads. Simply for a second, if you're outside, before it burns to ash, as he consecrates the dead that wish not to be. Still silence in the streets is everyone retiring to the Amber Forge or wishes to interact with the scene of previous altercation.
We'll say as Farouk comes to the end of his dedication to those fallen, Myshkin stands to one side before approaching and rather meekly just thank you for helping me. You shouldn't have had to, but thank you.
We are in this together now, Myshkin.
Well, still, it means a great deal. Thank you. And with that, he just moves past and rather awkwardly sort of shuffles past into the Amber Forge, and seeing you, Chrissy, just nods at you and then sees Lily and moves off.
You kind of see like this very like sorrowful but like shaky gesture of acknowledgement as he kind of just like hobbles over to Lily and then holds on to him like very, very unsteadily. And he uses his fur to kind of like walk around and like sit in front, and Lily just kind of like at some point turns his head and like very gently, like a mother cat to its kitten, like grasps Chrissy by the scruff of his collar and just kind of like places him down like he's had enough. And Chrissy just looks up and says, "Yes, oh, okay, oh yeah, I understand, Lily. I'm sorry. And just kind of like shakes his way down and like ends up getting, you know, comfortable in the crook of his arm, of Lily's arm, and lowers his head and starts to like kind of doze off. You know how elderly people sleep sometimes, which I'm very envious of. Just kind of, and like as people start pulling in, he goes, hello. And just Lily like places his jaw, like the underside of his jaw, on top of Chrissy's head to kind of get him to stop. Like, you're embarrassing yourself, dude.
Just before I enter the Amber Forge with Loluphia, I'll again kind of gently squeeze their hand and go, I'll join you. I just need to get something. They had some equipment that I think could be useful for us that I'd like to get my hands on.
You think after all of that I'm going to leave you alone?
You can come with, I'll be honest.
No, I will come with.
He smiles at that and gestures over to specifically the fallen Sky Marshal that I think took one of the shots that took out Loluphia. And just goes...
That was the other guy, not 178, right?
No, yeah, it wasn't 178, it was another guy, yeah. And I'll walk over to them with Loluphia and crouch down to their body. And I think it kind of flashes across his face, but a look of... I don't know how to explain it. It's a look that doesn't often appear on his face, on Kallisto's features. Yeah. But it's hostility, hatred, just loathing. I think that's the term for it. Just pure, unadulterated loathing as they stare down at this body. And I think at this point, especially away from the rest of the group, he doesn't hide that his left arm hurts a lot. When he said that he wasn't pushing himself, it was very clearly a lie. The entirety of his left sleeve is burned away. And the spread of what can only really be described as like fire-based necrosis is stretched down to just past his elbow at this point, and he holds it to his chest as he uses the other to try and remove the jetpack from this Sky
If you would
Marshal.
help you.
Thank you.
Wait, stop, let me help you.
Okay.
I'm lifting it off.
And once you've removed it, I would like to take just... I'm not going to like pull it apart, not here anyway, but I want to take a quick look at it, just from like a glance at it, and having worked with crafting things and my mother being a crafter themselves, can I gauge how well this has been put together? Is it like kind of shoddy like the dragon was? Is it like the thing that Sky Marshals around here usually have? I want to gauge what I can learn.
Go ahead and make a crafting check.
16.
One per second.
The lighting is not great in the streets. To your eyes, it appears to be standard issue, but to really get to the nuts and bolts of it, you'll need to take it back in and get it under better lighting.
You hear him kind of click his teeth as he sees that he can't really gauge anything from it right now.
We'll figure it out. Don't stop thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, we need to get back to your mom. She can help.
Yeah. She'd be a lot better with this kind of stuff.
I also mean with your arm.
Yeah.
Kallisto, Loluphia, I need both of you to roll perception checks.
$29.
18.
Question. Lolly, how much experience do you have with the dead? Specifically, public, city, death.
She has experience with the dead, but not the city dead. At least not that she knows of.
Kallisto. Same question for you.
I think I have some experience. I grew up for most of my life in the city. Only recently have I went down to the Forgotten Lands, so I think I have some experience. At the very least, have witnessed how people of the city been to whether rituals or funerals, the equivalent of that, within the city.
I need a society check with advantage from you, Kallisto, and one with disadvantage for you, Loluphia.
Okay. Oh, don't give me those rolls.
Oh no!
No!
Oh my god! There's a nat 20 there.
Robbed! Absolutely robbed! Oh.
The hair stands up on the back of your neck. A slight smell of sulfur fills the alleyway. Just as quickly as that small bit of sulfur passes, almost as if fleetingly turning on a gas line on and off, it dissipates quickly. And a low rolling fog of incense pours from around the corner. As a single chime is struck, as it rings out the hour 3 times before you can see long, dark robes with tall, slender individuals with almost white, translucent skin. Shaved heads, long fingernails, ornate collars that rise up almost midway atop their teardrop-shaped heads. Eyes dark as night in a procession of 8. With one walking in front with very distinctive crimson flare to what is rest a very mute and minute dark leathers and cowls. It has been a very, very long time since you have heard or seen of the Vashborg. But you realize as they step forward that now everything in this area is now off limits. An independent organization outside of the law and structure of Stormforge. The Vashborg are a wing of greater academia. These bodies are all now possession of the Vashborg. To do what with they wish. If the Vashborg remove bodies from a crime scene, the crime cannot be investigated. It is a literal race between those principalities, one that is supposed to incentivize first responders within the city. If they are too slow, the Vashborg make their claim. There have always been horrendous stories of just how far the Vash will go to learn the darkest bits of science that they can. As you can see them simply lifting bodies without the use of any mechanics, lifting up into this fog white swirl. It's as if they're dropping them in to stasis like coffins that have no actual matter or structure. Their bodies just suspended, almost like a light purple translucent light fills their bodies.
Question. Would I be able to tell if these creatures or the bodies within the armor are of natural order?
Yes. So far, everything has appeared that you've encountered has been a human.
Nothing undead. Nothing.
No.
Fae, mutant. Okay. Good. Noted. And it's the same with these teardrop head guys.
They are strange. They're humanoid, but they appear stretched and thin and changed. But they have the basic features of a human.
Would they read as human to somebody who had that sort of sixth sense? Or would they read as...
They would read as Vashborg.
Okay.
Changed.
Can the rest of us see this from inside the Amber Forge?
If you were in the Amber Forge, you were not partaking in this scene. Right now, Kallisto, Loluphia, and only Faroük that has been consecrating the two bodies outside. It's one of them floats past you, not even looking at you, Kallisto, or you, Loluphia, simply flows through and heading back, picking up the Juggernaut's body with this sort of psionic levitation. You see it stop near the doors of the Amber Forge. So any of you that may have been looking out the front door or through the windows would see this entity as it's looking back towards Farouk. And it simply seethes as it sees the consecration on the ground. It does not say a word, but only stares in this 1,000-yard stare competition between Farouk that is over those two bodies and that entity of Voshborg before it backs down and collects its dead and begins floating back over to the other side.
Do we know what's on this other side?
You were on the other side.
Oh, I mean in the direction that they're taking the bodies.
They're simply collecting still. They have not left the scene. They're over in your vicinity now. Finishing up, picking up the bodies of the dead.
Kaivar doesn't have a... Oh, go for it, Sam. Kaivar doesn't have a spine to send shivers down, but there is still something that makes him squirm a little bit when one of these Voshborg touches the Juggernaut in particular. And if anybody is close enough, they would have noticed that the actual spine of the book most definitely did also give a little bit of a shudder as that particular body is taken away.
I need everyone else to take their headset off except for Kaivar.
Oh, fuck.
Kaivar. Inside your book, another page begins to develop. One that is a scene of study, extraction, experimentation. You see a form of recycling. This is all transpiring in your book. You do not have it open, but you can sense this page being created almost not against your will, but developing without you particularly requesting it. You see the creation cycle that is the Juggernaut and how it is formed over time and is a product of the Voshborg.
Whoa. Oh, fuck.
We're good?
Yes.
Okay. Damn.
Kaivar, sensing that something is very odd, sort of reaches for the
back?
book. Oh, yep, we're back.
Okay, sorry. I didn't notice.
You're all good. You know what? No, I should roll a perception check on this first. Because, yeah, just say like 10 or above, and Kaivar is going to take a closer look and investigate what he's just felt. Kaivar thinks about the passing of the Voshborg and is unsettled, but does not investigate the page immediately, and simply brushes it off as, well, I'm pretty unsettled by this. Yeah, I'd be creeped out too.
It is definitely something you have not culturally seen before. Chrissy, if you get a glimpse of the Voshborg, you would be very familiar, as they are as far on the spectrum of a cult that the greater state of academia allows.
Yeah, I, as I'm settling into, the little crook, and Lily is like forcing me to sit down because I'm going through something right now. I think I'd probably catch the smell first. And that would alert my attention to look upward and see that entity kind of just pass.
Chrissy, what that one?
Are you is Kaivar still out towards the center or in the forge?
Oh, I'm in the forge with you.
Okay.
Like in the forge, but totally got freaked out and turned around by the presence of the Voshborg. So sort of almost hasn't acknowledged much going on, but is propelled to ask that question, having just sensed and seen it as well.
I kind of just like unsteadily raise my head. They're kind of like reapers, except they and he starts to kind of like fall forward a little bit, and like Lily kind of like pushes him with his nose. They do things that so many would frown upon. They do not care for their dead. They just use them.
This one, Kaivar, feel wrong, yes? They are wrong, yes? Are they wrong?
He kind of just reaches
totally
out
bewildered.
and like gently tries to like pat Kaivar and says, "To many, yes. But I've been around long enough to know that every hero is the villain of someone else's story."
Kaivar's going to very hesitantly sort of like look back in the direction of what's going on with the Juggernaut, and then sort of like retreat back to where Lily and Chrysanthemum are, and join him behind the sort of the table or the desk. Sort of very cautious, very on edge at seeing all of this. Not just because it's something he's never seen or experienced before, but also because of the way that he feels at current. It is something that is distinctly strange to him, because whilst he understands the idea of things beyond death, he's never seen them being manipulated and used in quite this particular fashion. Necromancy and all sorts of other things. Yes, he's understood such things and he's heard of it. He's never seen something that seems this strange and contorted.
I think Chrissy kind of just like sits up a little bit, and there's still this even after having seen them for however long, there's still this unnerve that comes with it. But it is not in his place to really judge. That's not his mission. He is more neutral to these things, only because he, one, has experienced them, and two, understands that fate, even though manipulated, will never be fully changed.
Chrissy, you also know, in particular, the Voshborg are both credited with the invention of healing pots themselves, but also, on the other end, are responsible for the creation of necrotic alchemy and bombs.
Okay. Let me write that down.
They have a sense of duality with their science that can be both heralded and largely disgusted.
I think, even though Chrissy's unnerved, there's a level of respect there because there is a balance. He may not agree with them, but he understands purpose. It's one of those things where he chooses to keep them at a distance unless it is required of him to get closer. And I think with that, because of the situation and the things that have happened, I think Prissy kind of like stands up as straight as he can, and kind of flutters down to the ground and just walks out of the front door and is watching them with interest, keeping distance, but just perceiving. And he's idly playing with the teardrop that hangs at his neck.
Are you moving up to the door when you do this, you said?
Yeah, so I'm like, I kind of like pop up and flutter down to the ground and hobble my way to the door.
Kaivar's gonna take a look sort of at Lily and look back at you in this kind of like panicked thing, and then he's gonna sort of very nervously follow you, and is, you know, kind of like Peter Pan's shadow is following you, but is sort of trying to do his own thing, and will then also take a look as well. It's very much like the scared younger brother at this point. It's sort of
At this point, you're my grandson, so it's fine. Yeah, young whippersnapper.
Kallisto, Loluphia.
Yes. I think upon seeing the Voshborg arrive, it's definitely a very clear shiver of uncomfortableness that goes through Kallisto. But I think despite that, he relaxes a little bit and turns to Loluphia and says, as uncomfortable as they are, I think this might be a blessing in disguise.
Elaborate.
Well, we, as far as I'm aware, and I think as far as anyone else is aware, we just killed several Sky Marshals sent to the Amber Forge. If others
The thing
found
is, there's
out,
proof of that though. All of
now
the
there
witnesses
isn't.
have died.
Yes. That's the blessing part. Even the body's going to be taken, so they won't have anything to investigate. So the worst case scenario that I honestly was imagining and preparing for was moving my mum and Ziva down to the surface, but it doesn't seem like we will need to do that. At least not so far, not yet.
I don't like this. And she's gonna look over to Farouk, who's still out there, right?
Farouk is still remaining with the consecrated bodies
Yeah.
in prayer.
Coming over to him, she would reluctantly, but knowing that this is probably a kind gesture, place her hand on your shoulder. Farouk, what does this feel like to you?
For a moment, the words that exchange between you and Farouk would only be able to be understood by you, Kallisto, and Farouk. As the moment that you touch his shoulder, words simply slip in to elemental primordial. Like it's second nature. You can see where your hand is. It should be scorched in flame. But it's not. It's set there comfortably and gently. 100% intact. Just a simple warmth. My people do not trust the Voshborg. They epitomize everything that is unnatural in this world. These individuals chose to rest. I honor their words, regardless of their deeds. All in the end deserve rest. The Voshborg are not concerned with the dead's wishes. They think things differently.
I can say that the honor has been felt for them. You did well. As for the Voshborg, I don't know a whole lot. But I do just need the simple answer. Are they friend or foe?
They are neither.
She cocks her head.
They are both feared and revered. Hence, why they are able to move with immunity.
That makes sense.
We should head inside.
Sorry, I lost like connection and lost everything for a second. What did you say?
Oh, I just said we should head inside.
Okay, she goes.
Is there anything you wish sharing with the Volsborg?
Who do they say this
who
to?
hears this?
Yeah.
It rings out in the minds of anyone who's standing out in the cobblestone. You can feel that this message is coming from the one with crimson accents that has been ahead of the other 8.
Loluphia would just look at Kallisto.
Kallisto will turn around and almost like a switch, flip on a charming smile and go, "Nothing to report. Thanks for your service."
I think at that point, Lily pops down off the counter and just kind of hobbles along and picks Chrissy up and like tosses him up and over onto his back. And Chrissy nods. And I would like to do this as sneakily as possible as I'm looking at this person. But I want to cast Read Fate on them.
Sorry, Ed.
It casts cat ass.
You know, I do have that. I actually took that when we leveled up. Yeah, I should use that.
The best part was you picking up Lily and then me have this dysfunction of hearing a cat at the same time, and it was like, what?
Hold on a second.
Changed since reincarnation.
Kaivar once again points at Lillian's.
Cat.
We're
is the
fucked
running
up for
gag,
at least
by the way.
another 48 hours.
Oh my god. Also, I just want to say, I'm sorry, ADHD, and I'm hyper-focused for a second. If I do need to roll a stealth check, I do get a bonus on that, or a deception check.
Yes.
Because I want to be very, you know.
Yeah, if you want to
Sneaky.
cast this as sneakily as possible, go ahead and give me that stealth check.
Okay, and then I add +4, right?
Yes.
+4.
Seeing the danger and seeing the threat that's going on and understanding that you need to hide your magic as best as possible, Kaivar is going to use Loremaster's Etude so that you can roll that with advantage.
Fuck yeah. Okay, so it's not intimidation. Come on, Raven. Okay, so that's +4. How do I add, like, +4?
Just do a +4 untyped.
Yeah, so
That
click as if you're about
just
to roll. Click as if you're about to roll it. So
Yeah.
click the stats.
Mhm.
And then when you do that, a window should pop up, right? That says modifier, and then we're doing stealth to be like dexterity, and then all of
okay,
that.
so modifier circumstance,
yeah,
Untyped
Yeah,
as opposed to circumstance.
Yeah.
untyped. Okay, so then I'm going to keep the higher.
Yes.
yes. And don't forget to press add when you. Okay, you got it ready. Yeah.
I did press add?
Yeah.
Or did I
yeah,
not?
No, you're good. No, you're good.
I don't think I did it the right way.
No, you didn't.
No.
So that'd be a 20. It'd be a 20.
That would
then.
be a 20.
Yeah, I didn't apply.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, 20. Obviously, I know how to roll dice. It's fine.
Also, not that it matters on my end of things, but did you mean to do deception or stealth?
No, it is deception. Or
Cool. Got it.
yeah, it is deception. So I'm like deceiving them, right? Like I'm like, hey, you know, and as they're looking at me, I'm sure they know of me, but they don't know me in this form.
Roll a perception check for them.
I think I have to roll a perception check for them?
No. They will roll a perception check on you.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Hold on.
Good God.
Are they carefully examining me? So it says, unless a creature specifically uses a seek action or otherwise carefully examines me, it doesn't get a chance to notice that I'm not my true age.
Wait, are you hiding your true age or are you hiding the spell? I guess.
Well, so I'm hiding my true age, but through that, I'm hiding the spell because I'm trying to talk to them, right? But with threefold aspect, With threefold aspect, I get 3 individual ages, all with very different personalities. They're still true to who I am. It's just based off of my deity, who has 3 faces, the young adult, or the maiden, the mother, the matriarch. I am in my matriarch phase. So people who don't necessarily aren't close to me and don't know me will not know that it is me. Like they may... I'm trying to explain this right, and I'm not doing that.
Don't worry about all of that. I will tell you how this goes down.
Okay.
You simply see that form levitate in your direction.
That's fine. I'm ready.
Change.
Change. And then I looked down at my hands. Oh, there's change. Would you look at that?
One could say evolution.
As they answer your reading twice, Kaivar, your book begins thumping back and forth as a page is beginning to fill out for yours and Chrissy's.
Yep. Kaivar would definitely notice that. He's gonna kind of like nervously look at it and then open it and sort of stare back at this person and oh man, that's a will save on whether or not to just like run to the back of the shop. Because this has Kaivar spooked as hell. It's same as before, like 10 or above on the dice is fine, but anything else and he's gonna crawl back behind the counter.
Oh,
Look at you.
he's a brave
Standing
little
tall.
toaster.
Yeah.
Stop, I was literally unmuting to say that. Get out of my brain.
You, stay away from Battle Song, yes?
Just close the book, hold it back behind him, sort of like jealously guarding it. He gives this kind of like insect-y chittering like
I think at that point, like, Chrissy waves a hand, or like just like raises a hand and dispels. So you see this very elderly sprite start to stand upright again as the wrinkles fade. And there is this glistening in his eye as he looks up at this creature. I'm listening. Tell me then.
It turns around and floats back out with the rest of the group and does not acknowledge you anymore past your arcane request.
I turn to Kaivar. And I extend my wings and I just flutter up a little bit. Kaivar, we need to see what they wrote.
Yeah, at that I'm gonna leaf through the book immediately and find the page where the Juggernaut had been filled in has now bled into the page behind it, which is where a whole load of new stuff has come along. The page next to that has been filled out with something else that has also bled through, and that is a page that is filled with, as RoBear said, things to do with both Chrysanthemum and Kaivar.
As you go to look at the pages at the same time, Kallisto, Loluphia, you hear the chimes 3 times. And there's a moment of distortion. I need everyone who has everyone can roll an Arcana check as you feel something.
Oof.
Ooh, I got it. Jesus.
Oh, poor Farouk.
Farouk and Kallisto are rolling under 10s. I rolled a 7.
Seems like some freaky deaky magic shit right here.
Myshkin, Kaivar, you feel the distinct disturbance of chronomancy and time manipulation as the clock strikes 3 again for the first time. And there is no sign of the Voshborg to be found within the streets.
And I assume the bodies are gone as well.
All of the bodies are gone except for the 2 that were consecrated by Farouk.
If Kaivar looks down at the pages, particularly the page with the Juggernaut, is it still there?
The new page that has bled through. You stare back at half of what looks like a human heart beating. The other half of it clearly mechanical. And from one side of which blood comes in, and Icorish oil travels out the other side of this metal heart as it beats on that page continually as an animation.
These ones, they use the magic of time, yes?
Would
Clock.
Would I know that? I feel like I might know that they use that, but I've never seen it or experienced it, and I don't think I've experienced it still.
Kaivar would be reaffirming your choice to believe or not that what you just experienced was time magic.
Okay.
Strange power. None should change, but clutch. None. Oh. No.
And Kaivar is going to start to try and like scrub out what's on the page, and it's not working.
I think Chrissy immediately just like dashes over towards him and like holds his hands and says, use this. Every message that we are given has some importance, Kaivar. For good, for bad. Learn what you can, because the universe is full of secrets.
You can still see a lot of panic on Kaivar's face. But using that, he's gonna sort of like take a moment, breathe, and examine the page deeper. And he doesn't quite see veins flowing out from the heart, but he does see the points at which it looks as though the ink was pooled onto the other side from the Juggernaut. And he realizes that the two pages are connected.
This tall warrior, yes. One killed by Hanu. Yes, he made by strange ones with time. Yes.
As Kaivar has indicated that what he's learning from that page as he's looking into it is that the Voshborg are responsible for the creation of the Juggernaut.
I kind of like we're all gathered, right? At this point.
I mean, I'm not trying to say this just to anyone in particular. It's one of those things of if people are in earshot, they can absolutely hear it. I imagine that everyone
if
is a
Kaivar
little
came
spooked.
outside, I think Kaivar was the only one who wasn't outside. Or Myshkin too.
Yeah, Myshkin's inside, but as he sees Chrissy and Kaivar talking, and especially hearing Kaivar mention chronomancy, Myshkin steps forward a little bit towards the door. However, the children, where are they currently?
They would have rushed in, I think. They're probably... Ifrit's probably fussing around with them, like cleaning them off, going them, basically making like beds for them upstairs, for them to rest and making calls and all of that kind of stuff, making food for them, doing grandmotherly things.
Well, Myshkin is going to do that sort of awkward house party thing where you're sort of standing between two rooms. He's sort of standing there looking very much at Kaivar and Chrissy's conversation and presumably seeing Loluphia and Kallisto and Farouk outside. But he's keeping an eye on the small column of orange light that comes from the door leading upstairs, making sure he can hear what's going on upstairs. But his focus is very much on Kaivar at this point.
So while like everything, like the everybody's moving, I look at Kaivar and I nod and I smile. And at that point, he looks over to Myshkin and like kind of gives him like a knowing like nod as if, yes, we're gonna get you in to this conversation. You look like you have something important to say. But through that gesture, he looks back at Kaivar and smiles. Kaivar, I've known you for a day and a half, 2 days, however long. And you've already grown so much. Hold on to that. And don't stop fighting. And he looks over to Myshkin and nods to, like, bring him into the conversation.
The only look on Kaivar's face is confused and puzzled. And not so much at the idea of having grown, but much more at the idea of fighting. You know? Looking down at that, he also looks down at his claws, and a little stunned still, because they're still covered in the man's blood that he horribly maimed. And he's coming to terms and realization of, oh wow, this is not what I was expecting to do on my typical Wednesday.
Chrissy just kind of laughs as, like, he brings Myshkin in and, like, as a simple gesture, kind of, like, points to where a heart would be in response to that, like, on Kaivar if he allowed it. Like, he would just kind of, like, tap the carapace and welcome Myshkin into the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kaivar would allow. He's got a pretty good strong bond of trust already, so he'd allow that.
Taking one final glimpse at the door upstairs, and sort of shifting uncomfortably, Myshkin walks forward and looking at you, Kaivar. The Oracle is correct. And in addition to having a good heart, you're also very intelligent. Whatever this thing was, and whoever these people were outside. And he brings forward the badge and the paperwork, and between two wrists just places it on the nearby table. The documents were forged, as were their badges of authority. They are not Sky Marshals. I do not know what they are, but if you are correct... Kaivar? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, this one, Kaivar, is, yes, Myshkin, yes, Myshkin.
Myshkin, yes. If what Kaivar says is correct, then I would venture a guess that whoever it was that attacked us and stole your children, they are likely the puppet masters behind this. I say this as an outsider, I do not know. You know the city far better than I do. But whoever these people were, they did not come here under any official authority.
I wanna, like, as everybody's kind of talking, like, there's a couple things that Myshkin said that just kind of slapped me, and there is this look of realization on my face, and almost like a panicked acceptance, if that makes sense. Specifically when he says puppet master. Is the document one that I have seen? Is this one of the documents that I have seen in my visions that were gifted to me, bestowed upon me?
Like the vision of the room?
No, so before I was sketching out the room, I had a vision of the documents being forged.
Different documents.
It's different documents. Am I picking up any familiarity between the documents that I saw in my visions and this one?
Totally different. Manifest versus official paperwork. They look different. They have different levels of cursive. It's very much workers, blue collar scritch that's on the manifest versus very well manicured and placed forgery on the other.
Okay. Okay. I'm at this point, like, while everybody else is going to start talking, I'm going to be peering over this document quietly for the most part.
Myshkin sees this and looking down at the pages and at you, sort of not really making eye contact with everyone else, but certainly bringing his head up so you know he is addressing you all. And knowing that these were not official individuals, we know that there are forgeries being made, and I would venture a guess that this office that Chrysanthemum has seen is likely key to this. Some sort of, And he glances up at you, Farouk, and I believe Farouk and I might be able to provide more answers on that front. I think we know who the office belongs to, or at least who it might be connected with. A mutual friend.
Mutual friend. Make dragon? Yes. No?
I do not think so. I do not know, but I do not think so.
Are we all hearing this now?
Myshkin is certainly making no secret of it.
Is this the person you were looking for? Potentially?
Yes, and not potentially.
Great.
He is of a great artificer. Many offices. It is not an implication directly of him.
But of the company he keeps, Chrysanthemum would finish very matter-of-factly.
Excuse me,
Kallisto, you would see an individual that you've seen many a times before. A family friend. Hyzen Josta, a local inspector, one that works for the greater state of academia, but has worked with both Wardens Guilds and many other Wayfinders Guilds throughout Stormforge.
Aizen, hey.
I came as quickly as I heard that there were shots. Well,
Yeah.
I can see
It
that
was
we're
sorted out.
a bit late.
Yes. But you don't need to worry. We handled it. We handled it ourselves. And then who came afterwards.
understood. If you don't mind, I see that you still have two. Their rights are spoken for. You can arrange them back to the city morgue.
Kind of rolls his eyes when he sees Farouk. I can see that you've had a long night. But if there's anything that you tell me about it. If there's anything that you want to tell me, you know how to get a hold of me. And this is the dynamic of law enforcement within inside of Stormforge. If the Voshborg receive a scene, it is uninvestigatable. Likewise, if consecrated rites are given to the dead by anyone from divination, they are protected from any more investigation and are given the directory to whatever their funeral rites may be. So there is no keeping of the body, there is no forensic tests or experimentations. They are granted whatever their wishes or their family's wishes immediately. They are picked up and transported. So it is very much a trust and a guess game if law enforcement comes late. All they can do is use their own powers of persuasion to try to figure out what happened. As you can see, Hyzen is classic 5 o'clock shadow. There are layers of bags underneath within his eyes. His petticoat is worn and ruffled. You can see it has been a very long day for himself as he puts away his notepad.
Yes, if I think of anything that you need to know, I'll let you know. What I can say is that, quite frankly, I think everyone was lucky that we had this group and a couple of wardens, as I gesture to Loluphia when I say that, to deal with the mess.
Pulls out his pad. I trust you. That's what I'll put in the report. And he stamps it. Handled by wardens. And files his paperwork.
Can he see inside? In particular, can he see Kaivar on the book? Or is this an outside of the door conversation?
He's outside and he's very focused on who he knows within the property. Cool. So yeah, not a laser kind of focused on that. And you can hear more carriages coming by at that point to pick up the bodies that were consecrated. As eventually all scenes of what transpired during this lockdown are now gone from the streets. Stay safe, Kallisto.
You too, Heiser.
You too, Loluphia. Hope we'll see you on better terms.
Until next time.
As Heisen will leave the scene as well.
You are wardens?
Yes.
Interesting. And you see, just as quickly as he lifted it, as Heisen arrived, Myshkin lowers his hood once again, letting his pointed ears just flap free again.
Just in front of everybody, Loluphia seeing this. What are you hiding?
I would rather not be seen, if I can help it.
Why are you hiding?
You never know who may be watching, as evidenced by tonight. I don't know about you, but I do not see many cat people without hands walking around. Do you?
No, I don't see many cat people.
Well, there we go. So, your children are safe. What is your next move?
I plan on bandaging up, getting a new coat. This one's kind of burned away, and maybe sleeping. Actually, sleeping.
I can sew, if you would like.
You've done more than enough, Myshkin. Thank you.
You don't need to thank me.
No, I do. I need to thank all of you, honestly, for throwing yourself out there for our kid.
Family is everything.
You see Chrissy kind of just dissociate after hearing Farouk say that. As Lily kind of just like pops up onto the counter and sits in front of Chrysanthemum.
Has anyone noticed this?
I don't know, maybe.
Can I roll?
Go for it.
Kallisto is honestly in too much pain. So I'm not even gonna roll for it.
Farouk, you say strange word. What this word family mean? Yes.
Family.
Yes. Yes. What this word mean? Yes.
It is the ones that are both blood and not blood that raise you and walk you through life. That is family.
His family is like clutch, but not like clutch. Yes.
Kaivar is visibly confused.
He's gonna extend his hand out for you to walk with him.
He's kind of looking around a little confused, and then we'll take it.
He's gonna walk over towards the forge. As it's still glowing that bright blue flame.
Family is always with me, Kaivar.
And you see silhouettes of spirits and other Ifrit begin to stand in a line inside that forge.
Like clutch. Like clan.
In a sort of strange degree of amazement, Kaivar is going to sort of gingerly walk forward and sort of gaze and examine each of the family members, trying to understand and trying to take in and really drink in all of the details. The different bits of heraldry that apply to the family, the different bits of heraldry that apply to religion. He doesn't understand the correlations immediately, starts to sort of see patterns, but is trying to absolutely drink in the moment. And is looking intently at every small detail. And then finally turns back to Farouk and sort of bows his head, takes his two larger hands, and flips to a new page in the book.
Farouk, your clutch, your family, yes, is strong, yes. Would you allow Kaivar to sing their song, yes?
I would be honored if you sung the song of the Golden Eagle clan.
And Kaivar's going to take his big arms and sort of outstretched as though it's holding out a Bible for you to say an oath on, something along those lines. He's going to place the book towards you for you to put your hand on, as a fresh page is sitting there and is waiting.
He will place his hand on top as it slightly sears but does not burn.
Describe what the page looks like. Metaphor and imagery, not necessarily carrying any more than meaning. Could be written word, could be pictures, could be something in between. Could be none of those at all.
The first thing that you notice is a scape of fire and ash. A set of rolling hills inverted shadows as the light is coming from the ground itself, extending out. As there is no sun, there is only the emanating source of light underneath feet. As you stare out and you can see others adorned in golden eagle feathers, proud tusks and horns, different levels of beasts than you've ever seen. Salamander-like pauldrons, very similar to the golden eagle ones that he has. Ones that are more wolf-like. Arrangements of beads and age of a range of ages that you only see in tight-knit communities as a family is walking together, all towards at the base of this picture, which is a portal which you have seen before.
This is the image of my ancestors crossing.
Where your ancestors come from, yes?
From the plane of fire we walked. For my people had always thought the greatest source of warmth and love was beneath us. Those that walk through fire shared a bond. But that day we found the portal inside the mountain. We stepped through and saw its beauty for the first time. We saw the sun above.
Kaivar, seeing the portal, is going to take a moment to look back over his shoulder towards Chrissy. He's going to kind of like tilt his head, look back at the page for a moment.
Strange, yes.
Children of the embers, we came. Followers of the sun, we became.
There is danger on plane of fire, yes? Yes?
There is danger everywhere. But there is also great beauty to be found. Nothing lasts forever, Kaivar. Sometimes even a people must push to see change.
Kaivar is totally enraptured by those words. The book, on the other hand, seems a little disgruntled at the statement. And not aggressively, but spontaneously begins to fold as it then creates this kind of V, and then Kaivar's hands instinctually adjust to close it before realizing what he's even done.
Farouk, thank you. This Kaivar will remember, yes.
Next great fire, I would like to hear of your clan, Okrat.
I will tell you. Yes, I will tell.
I'm gonna need to... I love doing this, but I'm gonna roll a will again to see if that's actually something that Kaivar is gonna consider doing. Because doth he trust? Not yet.
To add to the awkwardness, Farouk is flown over onto my shoulder.
That'll also totally momentarily like trigger the fight or flight reaction that then immediately gets shut down. And Kaivar's, after jumping a little bit,
Hello, Farouk. Oh.
and then just sort of gonna like stare back and then walk over again to the direction of Chrissy and check and see if he's doing okay.
Chrissy is shaking off something. And unintentionally has kind of isolated himself once again, where he has the paper and he is just focusing very heavily on that.
As Chrissy is doing this, Chrissy, Myshkin is going to try and catch your eye and just nod through to the other room before saying to the rest of you, I do not know what our movements are, if they are indeed shared movements, but I feel like we all need rest. I certainly, despite help, and he looks in your direction, Loluphia, I do require some rest. And I am sure the two of you would like to say goodnight to your son. So, good night.
I think the funny part about it is Chrissy is very wrapped up in what he's doing, but Lily notices and pulls Chrysanthemum, like, again, very much like by the scruff of his collar, and just like jumps and like moves with him towards the forge. And despite protesting, because Chrysanthemum's like, Lily, I was doing something. Lily, there was paper and I was reading and I just, fine, I'm going. And Lily just kind of goes, and continues to like move, still holding on to Chrysanthemum.
The rest of you, as Lily disappears around the corner, you just hear, and as Myshkin just looks away a little bit.
And I think Chrissy sees that and goes, that's how I feel.
Ed, you've got to start rolling will saves for this man. You've got to have a moment where you conquer your fear of the dog.
Let's see how that goes. Where's Will? Will, there we go.
Oh no. On point.
So yeah, Myshkin leaves the rest of you in the other room, with the exception of a panting and very excitable dog.
Kaiva's going to pick up the piece of paper that Chrissy was looking at. He's going to hold on to it for him. And as leaving the room, he's going to sort of lock eyes with Farouk and sort of like scoot along the wall until getting out. Just be like, I know you're fine, but there's a part of me that still doesn't trust. Not yet. Swear not yet.
As everyone's been going about their business, Kallisto kind of hops onto the counter and with his good arm pulls out the flask with the ointment and is just basically attempting to apply it on themselves.
Loluphia, reaching over, kind of snatching it, a little aggravated. I told you to let me do this next time. And she's untwisting it and just shoving her hand within this and lathering it up on her as she rubs it down your arm and these wounds and tries to make sure that she's a little more gentle than she is feeling. Being mindful to cover every bit that has been burned. Does it feel better?
Yeah.
Good.
I think I'm definitely going to avoid using the fire for a bit. Maybe at least a couple of weeks.
Maybe a little longer.
Yeah, no, ideally
But it
longer.
is needed. Thank you.
I'm willing to lose an arm for our son. So
Yeah, but let's not go down that road, right? Let's avoid that.
yes, no. I'll be honest. I'm gonna definitely give him a bit more of a talking to tomorrow to make sure he doesn't put himself in a position where we need to do that. God, I was so scared.
I know. But he's safe. And you're safe, she says, and she's still just lathering in this lotion a bit more.
And he reaches up
That's what
and
matters.
caresses your cheek and goes, and you're safe.
I would have been safe regardless. She says, letting go of your arm, putting it in your lap. You need rest.
Anyone
Yes,
doing
but-
anything else?
Putting him to bed.
I think he definitely like looks back at the. I think he's had the jetpack in his hand like by his side this entire time, and is like every so often like looking back at it, just like with the look of I really want to take up.
Don't think about it.
Okay.
There's
yeah,
never been
well,
a more boys will be boys moment than Lily's staring back at a jetpack at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Men, one track's mind.
It's like Garibaldi riding his motorcycle down the length of Babylon 5, man. Just happen at some point.
I think there will be a case where, like, even though he is aware that Loluphia would have healed themselves magically from the bullet wound, they would, at the very least, ask to check for any scars or shrapnel that had been left over, just to make sure that she's okay. He can't bend the arcane to his will, but he can do a mean stitching. Real good at placing band-aids if need be.
Roll a medicine.
Okay.
Please don't stab me.
Hey, can I roll with advantage? I'm joking.
I somehow made 20 more whole wounds.
Can I roll advantage because I've treated bullet wounds before?
Yeah.
Ooh.
What?
Yes.
I thought you were just saying because it's my wife. It's like, no.
Because of my wife.
Don't roll a natural 1 or they die. Ah, there you go. You know the way
27.
around a bullet wound.
Yeah.
She would be in her like night wardrobe and show you where the bullet wound is in her gut. And is it bad? It's not
I've
bleeding
seen
anymore.
worse. No, I
That's
think he
good.
patched up enough, but there is some shrapnel, so I'm gonna try and pull it out.
Okay.
Ooh.
And she sits down and grips onto the side of a chair.
And I will like get on my knees and I'll have my med kit out and I will just go, okay, I'm gonna pull it in 3, 2, and just pull it before I say 1 and pull it.
Fades to black.
Guts go everywhere.
I need everyone to roll a perception check.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no. Okay.
Has it been at least 8 hours?
No.
Thinking
Oh.
monster.
Hey!
Hell yeah.
Hey! Oh,
Hold
wait,
on.
no.
Hold
So
on.
I
It
get
knocked my
ours.
thing over.
There we
Okay.
go. 13. Lily's roughing me up. I don't know what else to say.
Loluphia, you're the only one that notices
What is that?
as you lay down to rest. Your tired eyes look over at the clock for the first time. And though it has been hours past you heard the 3 chimes, right before you go to sleep, finally, the minute hand ticks for the first time. Over 3. And I'm gonna let you all go take your break now. Go refresh your beverage, go use the restroom.
What?
Time magic.
RoBear.
Mancy is strong.
How long has it been lasting though? Okay. Fuck.
Okay. All right. What is this fucking tomfoolery?
Tomfoolery or time foolery?
Big
20. Would nobody have noticed it if they didn't get a 20?
high DC.
Okay. You know what? I'm in my feels about it, okay?
I'm gonna go do the thing.
be back.
Be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to stretch my legs.
I am taking notes.
There was a lot. There was a
Very,
lot
very
there.
thorough notes. Yeah.
I still need to talk to this cat.
Oh,
It keeps escaping me.
no.
Sorry.
You're not sorry, you're scared.
No. The clock has not.
I'm going to speak back.
moved.
There's some background noise because I have a fan going. I want to turn it off when we start again, but I'm very warm.
We don't hear it because of the
Oh yeah. Okay. Perfect.
broadcast, so you're
I mean-
you're golden.
Let's be honest, you don't just have one fan involved in this stream, Drak. You have
Oh wow.
everyone here.
Shut up.
No, I won't. I won't. Oh, I love Loluphia and Kallisto so much, and I have so
is
many
very-
questions.
It is very fun. Sam is incredible to roleplay off of.
I mean, everyone is. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
like,
no, everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's just so sweet and tender and like kind of spiky as well, and it's perfect. It's so perfect.
The first time that we will all get to play in person, it'll be disgusting because it'll be like 12 hours. You get lost in the sauce. If there's nothing
stop.
governing us as far as like time and interactions, I'm actually woefully scared.
I mean, we'll even be at an advantage because Drak and I at that point won't be working on different time zones either, so we'll be
Yeah,
there, like right there with everyone.
The freshness.
And I'm excited to try Voodoo Ranger as well. You know, I feel that's something we should also share together. I feel.
There will be many Voodoo Rangers.
Voodoo Ranger.
Many Voodoo
I'm
Ranger.
so excited. 'Cause I know we're
Oh, lovely. Server disconnects. Server disconnect.
So how many pairs of ears do you own, Sam? I don't just mean the ones from your
5.
enemies. I mean like 5. Okay.
Yeah, 5 that aren't my enemies.
Sure. Yeah. How many of your enemies though? Like real talk.
I can't tell you.
Server disconnect.
So much this week.
No, it's been like 24 hours. It sucks.
Can you hear
I know.
me?
Yeah,
We can hear you right back.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dulcet tones.
Is it Tuesday yet?
We were
Since Wednesday's about to end.
so strong.
It is literally
Good.
just like each week, just a wonderful waiting game of okay, next GMing session, and then literally the day after, when I'm having to come down from that, I'm like, and I get to be GM'd by RoBear, and I get to play and Drak and Bice and Raven.
The Tuesday to Wednesday transition is so quick. It is like rapid fire. I do 2 preps in one day, and then it's boom D&D sleep, boom D&D.
I feel that with my 3 D&D streams in a row. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. My work schedule is wild. I literally have it blocked out in my work calendar so people can't schedule meetings with me. I work later in the day, so.
I will go refresh my beverage.
I have
It
Wednesday.
looks like it disconnected.
Yeah,
you're
refresh.
gonna
We're back up
refresh.
now. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I have Wednesday. I've got this. Thursdays, I've got another Pathfinder game and a D&D game right afterwards. Friday, I've got Any of My Enemy. Saturday, I have recording sessions for a like mystery adventure campaign I'm in. And then Sundays I sleep. I save all of the sleep for Sunday.
I mean, even God had to rest, you know.
Exactly. I'm very excited. I'm so excited to play again. I also really want to talk to Farouk more.
Were you
Interact with
trying to
Farouk.
pull Chrissy away to talk to him, Myshkin?
I was about to, yes.
You never do that same stuff.
Okay, because that's what I thought, because he wasn't paying attention, but Lily was. So Lily was like,
Yeah.
"Sir, let me just."
My
Yoink.
opposite wishes to have a word.
I'm excited. This is wild.
There was way more pages in the book than I was thinking I was going to write.
I love that.
Very excited.
Did we all get to put our hand on a page?
I don't know. Depends how everyone else feels
Want our
about it.
autographs? Man,
Is big fan, yes.
you haven't called me a great warrior yet, and I'm sad.
Oh wait, that is.
I mean, I've
Lucia's
spoken to
waiting.
Kallisto, but we've not actually been introduced properly.
I
So I don't
know.
know.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to be called a great warrior. Yes,
Great Rose.
Yes.
that's just for me as Sam to be.
I've heard of great warrior Betty Dalfoodle, yes.
She is. They call her the itty bitty critty committee. That is what our campaign or like our group is called in Meteoring Corps. We're called the IBCC.
I love
Yeah.
that.
To get a critic committee.
Going strong.
we're gonna need a group name at some point.
Yeah.
We need to see what is similar more
I
and
think
more
it's
often.
gonna, in my opinion, and it's not biased at all. I think it should be Loluphia and the rest should be the name. of the group.
No, I think it should be my skin's glove.
Oh god, I hate it. No, absolutely
Oh,
not.
sorry, I had a very visceral reaction.
Did you know how you wrote your username? It's just skin. My skin.
Yeah, shimish money penny. Grab a hold of my
Skin gloves.
grab a hold of my skin.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
I'm gonna lather up my skin.
It's particularly furry today.
Brought to you by some razor company that is not sponsoring RoBear, but should, and I'll say it next time.
My brain went to Maybelline, honestly.
That's not a razor company, that's makeup.
They do hair as well, right? Right, the Maybelline?
I think Maybelline
maybe.
was one of the pronunciations of Loluphia in the first episode, if I remember correctly.
It might have been, actually. I feel like
Honestly, probably, yeah.
my favorite is
Okay,
still.
I'm sorry, but that needs to be a running joke that we occasionally bring up. Every 5 episodes or so, we just need to taunt RoBear's pronunciation of Loluphia for the first time again.
I'll introduce myself to a very serious character. My name is Loluphia.
My name is
Just to see
Lol.
Farouk's reaction.
What'd you say?
Farouk casts Fireball.
As another elemental, I am fine. That was cool what he did with the language.
Yeah, the elemental
I
language.
thought he was gonna ask me, Sam, what does it sound like? And I was gonna do lizard language.
Yes.
It's the best language, fixes everything. Specifically
Yeah.
music.
Exactly. Yeah, all your undercommon problems are no longer a thing.
No.
I will-
Undercommon is Simlish.
Yes.
I remember my first campaign, we came across some folk who spoke Undercommon, and my GM decided that everyone who spoke Undercommon just sounded Australian, and so we had just
Oh my
Ed's
god.
face.
And I took that personally.
So everyone we spoke to,
We say it's
would just-
Arnar.
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 Cleo, Emma. The
Get out of the
condensation.
water! I think like that show is certainly in the UK and probably in America as well is the most ubiquitous with the Aussie accent. I feel.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
so, because I remember for the longest time, I was dating someone who had a daughter and like would not stop binge watching it, and I am easily impressionable, so I got like really into it, and I was like, oh my god, the condensation, like, whoa, who knew, right? So that was like, and she would try to do the accent horribly, but like, I think that is accurate. Either that or Steve Irwin
Oh yeah.
for like our
Yeah.
generation.
Yeah. Rest in peace, you mighty
Yeah.
warrior.
Yeah.
There's a great bit that the comedy group Auntie Donna do, where they do this impression of Ben Mendelsohn, and he's constantly asking people like, "Oh, you haven't talked to the cops, mate, have you? Oh, g'day, fellas. You've not been talking to the cops again, have you, mate? Oh, hello. Oh, just making sure you've not been talking with the cops again, mate." And I don't know what it is about it, but every time it's referenced, it just makes me laugh so hard. Like, oh, you've not been. Oh,
Yeah, I think
hello.
it'll work something in
Hello,
me, honestly.
Yeah. Like, I feel something right now.
Oh, hello, Mads Mikkelsen and Rogue One. You've not been talking to the Empire again, have you, mate?
But singing these hymns, Ed.
It's not me. I'm channeling Mendelssohn, and it's gone. It's gone. The moment's passed. It's fine.
Incredible.
It's
Oh
gone.
my god.
Now we
Australian and ACAB?
Turn it on. Like that. We all know you. After watching you argue with yourself yesterday, I was just like, oh, I've missed Ed.
Yeah.
The voices in his head.
It's just the quick switch of complete personality, voice, body language, everything.
It's
So-
wild.
It's so good.
Everyone in chat was like losing their mind. I need you to know that, Ed. Everyone in chat is fully losing their mind in that scene.
Oh no, you've not been talking to Chad again, have you, mate?
Hey Ed, for no reason in particular, can you like send me some voice notes? Just for research.
In that,
obviously.
Yeah, send them to our group chat for group chat.
Yeah, you want to practice the accent, right? Just reel off a whole load of names you want me to say.
Yeah, just say
Loluphia and Seum and Kallisto and Draconics.
Yeah, Kallisto and Draconics.
You've not been talking to Loluphia again, have you, mate?
Send me to heaven, baby.
I'm just gonna say, Ed, you need to get that stuff copyrighted real quick.
You need to make an OnlyFans real quick.
I need sound bites for my
But that is it.
And audio only fans. Yeah, no, I can make that.
Oh, those exist.
Those exist.
Those exist.
Did any of you ever call 1-800-BRITNEY when you were kids?
No.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, me neither.
I need to look this up now. 1-800.
It's like back when I was in elementary school.
Was it just answer? It's Brittany, bitch.
I wish. No, porn hotline. You're a little sucker.
Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't that one, but yes, there were others.
There were others. I only called 1-800-BRITNEY though. That was like my party trick to show my friends, and then I'll be like, Sam.
Your party trick.
And then I'd go to church and be like, I'm sorry, Jesus. But it was funny.
Oh, hello. This is.
I did it for the vine, God.
This is Brittany. Hello.
I will reveal a secret of my prank dark arts off stream because it is too strong to be said to the public for the protection of everyone.
Oh, I'm making a note. I am making a note.
Sunday's coming up. We can all pray. That's fine.
Ask RoBear
Of the dark arts.
about the dark arts.
I will tell you a little bit about my alter ego, Dawn, at that point.
Dawn? Was it Dawn After Dark? Was that what it was?
That is all that will be said. This is all that will be said. That is the tease. I need Constitution, which is Fortitude saves in this game. Fortitude saves. Let's see who's getting up in the morning first.
Before.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Or rather, after we roll. As everyone, I rolled really poorly anyway. But can Myshkin have a word with Chrissy while Loluphia and Kallisto are in the other room, patching one another up?
Absolutely. Floor is yours.
So, having gestured for Chrissy to have a word and suddenly accosted by this tiny dog, Myshkin sort of backs up a little bit and looks at you and sort of crouches down to your level, Chrissy, and are you all right?
Yes. Chrissy's kind of like fixing his dress, his gown, and is like getting like the slobber off of it, and Lily, like knowing that you are uncomfortable, moves away and just kind of sits with his butt facing us, right? So I'm just like, okay. Myshkin.
Hello. You seemed weak earlier. Are you feeling better?
See, about that, I don't know yet.
I understand.
I don't know. Sometimes when these things happen, I feel fine. It has been ages since something has gotten me this deeply.
Is it the weight of the magic that I am not overly familiar with divination, but does it take a toll?
Well, I am but a vessel for my deity to speak through. It is not unlike possession. The difference is that I remember.
As you say the word possession, Myshkin's eyes immediately flick towards you and just look at you, trying to gauge before. I have to confess, the reason I wish to speak to you isn't entirely altruistic. Your vision, you saw an office. Like I say, it belongs to an individual that I came here in search of. His name is Brudar Skylark, and I need to know if he is involved in this, and if so, to what capacity. Faroük is trusting, but I need to know if my journey here has been in vain.
He nods and offers a very polite, genuine smile. I can ask, but there's a chance I may not get an answer. If that is what you wish.
I do, and in either case, I must ask you a favor. I need you to push these people towards that office. I have a feeling that is where we are headed anyway, but I believe encouragement from an oracle would not go amiss.
This is where you kind of see the politeness of Chrissy wane. I'm sorry, you seem to have me mistaken for a common street performer. I am not that kind of person, Myshkin.
I do not wish to offend. There's nothing common about what you do. All I mean is that, from what little I have seen of you, your word carries weight.
My word carries weight, Myshkin, because it is true. I am but a mouthpiece for the cosmos. I can only deliver the message. I cannot, and I will not, force people to do something they are not themselves ready or willing to do.
I am not talking about forcing. I am...
Persuasion is manipulation.
As an oracle, do you believe in fate?
Of course I do. It is my job.
Well, then I do not think it coincidence that I come to Stormforge, and I meet, by chance, the one name that I have been given, Faroük, in a city full of strangers. I do not believe it coincidence that I bump into two individuals. And you who see the office of a friend that I have come here in the hopes of meeting, and I do not think it coincidence. Like it or not, I believe the strands of fate are at work. I do not believe either one of us are in control of those things. All I mean to do is, and I am sorry if I offend, you are powerful, that much is very, very clear. I have seen power. Only a handful of times, but you... I apologize,
I will raise a hand. And I close my eyes. Speak true what you want to know of this office, and I will facilitate the words of my goddess, should she choose to speak.
Please. Mighty Oracle. Show me where my friend is.
I take a deep breath, and with that I close my eyes, and I begin to search. RoBear, what would you like me to roll for this?
Occultism.
Okay. I am going to roll... I'm going to roll at advantage. I'm going to use my advantage card. Okay. Occultism. Where are we? Not that I needed it, but whatever. Might as well. So keep higher. 22.
Fate has spoken.
Myshkin. What have you produced to the Oracle? Anything else other than the verbiage of your friend's name?
Myshkin wishes to see where Brudar is, but I think deep down the real question is, Myshkin has come here searching for him. Myshkin does not trust easily. And the connection between what is happening in the city and Brudar is not coincidence. He wants to know if Brudar can be trusted.
Before any of this, the question is, Myshkin, have you provided anything else other than the verbiage that you wish to know where your friend Brudar Skylark is? This is ascertaining to items, clothing, hair, the occultism. Myshkin knows what he is dealing with here in this scenario and what kind of magic he's asking through.
And Chrissy's hand is still out and extended.
I think Myshkin despite his better judgment and praying that it is not the connection he thinks it is, he is going to cast Mage Hand, and he is going to pluck from within the reams of his purple scarf, tattered and worn, a copper cogwheel, and just place it in Chrissy's hand.
Chrissy's very small fingers wrap around it, comfortably, oddly so, as that very similar aura starts to swirl about him. Stars, constellations, the vastness of the universe as he seeks and anchors himself with this cog.
For the sake of the audience, Myshkin, let them know where you found this cog.
Around 5 months ago.
Okay.
There was a figure.
No, enough said. You don't need to tell. You don't need to tell any backstory that you don't want to. Just want to differentiate between items present and past. So you don't have to reveal anything that you do not want to. Just wanted to make sure that this cog was not one that was picked up.
No, this is very specific, and I'm happy for Chrissy to see glimpses.
All right. Myshkin going in with an open consciousness. Chrissy, this is the tightrope walk between you preserving your consciousness and the curse completely taking over. I need you to make a will save.
Okay. $28.
Oh, 28. That's excellent. Excellent. You are in control of your own driver's seat.
Perfect.
Myshkin produces the cog to you. You may select 2 specific scenes, Myshkin, that you can impart psychically Chrysanthemum.
You see salt lakes, barren and crisp, and a lone figure walking with a large poncho-like purple scarf blowing in the wind. The salt air whips around. There are figures on the horizon. A crashed ship. They move around, adrift, isolated in the middle of this nowhere. The figure in the purple poncho, cat-like, no hands, moves forward and helps them, offers them guidance. And then, flashing in and out, the rest of this is unclear. You see one of them on the ground. It is almost point of view. There is hue of green over everything. You see a figure on the ground. Part human. Mostly not. Exposed metal. Wires. Copper plates. Barely a torso at this stage. And you see a ghostly green hand just reach down and take a cog from around a pendant around this individual's neck as they fall, finally unconscious.
I think from there, there's this feeling of anger, despair that kind of washes over Chrissy, and his eyes snap open, but they are not the silver orbs. They are otherworldly, haunting, and deep, endless. And as he speaks, it is a voice that is almost not his own. Search further. And with that, there's a pull at Chrissy as his back bends and he lifts on the backs of constellations that swirl. Cog now hovering over his chest.
Chrissy.
Yeah.
Scenes for you once again pull towards the mountain.
Okay.
Rudar is somewhere in the depths of the mountains below.
Can I tell, even metaphorically, is he well? Is he harmed?
Make another occultism check.
Okay. 25.
Rudar is alive and well.
Okay.
You see a great mechanism. Some kind of mech that travels seamlessly through Earth. A type of airship that seems to be unimpeded by earth and stone.
Last question. Am I feeling more of a pull towards this mountain than the office?
Two separate pulls. Two separate threads.
Okay. So I think, just for flavor, at this part, there's almost this sound of discontent that warbles over Chrissy's tongue. And he feels himself being pulled in these two different directions, and it reflects in his body sitting upright very quickly and slowly stretching out. The pulls are too great. Myshkin. The mountain. We must seek the mountain. And we must seek the office. They are both the threads that need to be explored. And with that, Chrissy hovers for a brief moment before descending and landing on his feet. His wings flutter as the stars slowly begin to sink within him, and the silver of his eyes are seen again.
Thank you. Thank you.
He reaches out to, like, give you the cog back. What I have seen will stay with me. You don't have to trust me to know that that is my job.
Thank you. I will let you rest, but I apologize for my tone. I have not spoken in anyone in some time, so
there's a stretch and a yawn, and the wings kind of just stretch along with them. You don't have to apologize, Myshkin. You've been through your fair share. I admire your tenacity. Your thread is strong. Thank you for letting me see that.
Myshkin merely bows and heads on upstairs and just sits at the end of the corridor where the various bedrooms are, and keeping his eye firmly on the room that the children are in, slowly allows himself to fall asleep.
Lily just kind of scoops up Chrissy and is almost like reprimanding him. Like, stop doing things. Like, you're doing too much. And so Chrissy just kind of like pats him and yeah, I know. All right. Bed. And just falls over after Myshkin's gone onto Lily and just sleeps besides the forge.
Kaivar.
Yes, indeed.
Are you in the cabinet?
I am back in my crate. And I'm covered with a blanket. And I'm fast asleep. And there's a picture that I sent you with Turbo on it. And I don't know if there is a way to show that to everybody, but that is approximately what people will see if they open up the cabinet.
It's too far away from the cabinet. You kill people with it.
Mm-hmm. I am sound asleep, and there is nothing anybody can do to wake me up.
Other than the nat 20 that you rolled. But it is your choice. You may sleep in then. You could go immediately back to sleep.
Yeah, honestly, Kaivar doesn't even wake. It's the first time that he didn't really get a full night's sleep with the blanket because he then immediately got startled and accidentally maimed a person to death. But, you know, in this moment, cozy night of sleep. And the first time he's ever properly had a full night of sleep with a blanket. And he is just lying there and doesn't have anything more to say or do. He is just sitting peacefully, and he's got his head nestled out of the blanket somewhat, lying against it. I'm going to send you all this picture in the Stormforge chat if you want to see it. And the thing, it'll be up via Discord, but this is a dog version approximation of roughly what you'd be looking at if you opened the crate quietly enough to see Kaivar. It's just this.
I would like to say, I think at some point, if Jen would open up the crate and see Kaivar nestled in the blanket that she gave him, and they just kind of like happily nod to themselves as they see the blanket that their wife made be put to good use for going about their day again.
Yeah.
I love that.
That is it. That is all that you see, and then maybe some like quiet insecty snoring is the equivalent. That is it.
Really the best use of a nat 20.
Yes, absolutely. A nap 20, if you will.
Nap 20!
Oh.
Let's go!
That was good.
What do we smell when we wake up in the Amber Forge, Kallisto?
Pardon?
What do we smell in the morning at the Amber Forge?
Yes. I guess it'll be a quick question. Would the the curfew's obviously over because it's morning again. So I think he would smell. Oh, I think you'd smell breakfast. I think it's very simple, like common breakfast. I think before we had dinner, and it was very much like initially made dinner for the family, so we had very like fruity foods and stuff like that. But then guests came over, so they didn't really have time to quickly change gears. But I think now that they're like, okay, we have guests around, let's make something that I'm certain everyone can eat without their tongue being burnt out of their mouth. So they're making just classic pancakes, bacon. They got some vegetarian or vegan alternatives as well for everything. Just very simple and classic breakfast is what you'd be smelling. And I think you'd hear very beautiful singing coming from the back room where the kitchen is. As I think you would see V, which is Kallisto's other mother. They probably would have arrived early that morning after the curfew. And V is the one that's cooking, while Ifrit, I think, is still out cold. And V is also a dwarf, a bit taller and more slender than Ifrit. She has large, round, golden-rimmed glasses that kind of almost magnify her deep blue eyes behind them. Brown hair that's always in a bun, and usually she has like a book bag at her side all the time, clasping her arms. But right now she's busy cooking breakfast for everyone. So I think she's definitely an early riser. She's an early bird, while Ifrit is a late owl. I think it's kind of like their vibe.
The smell of your simple breakfast gets the nose of Faroük immediately, and he's on the hunt for those roasted vegetables and short sausages. A good charred mushroom, tomato, and little banger is definitely on his mind as he's peeking through. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. You see V, much quieter than Ifrit, but I think she still has a presence for about herself. She's very clean and academic, is the vibe she's giving. I think she really has. I imagine Ifrit kind of gave them an update of the guests, and specifically pointed out Faroük was able to eat and not die from the especially spicy foods. So I think they have like probably a separate dish for Faroük that had a little bit more of a kick to it, and I think that's already out.
Sriracha omelet, let's go.
So definitely have that set out for you. And
thank you. It's above and beyond.
My name is V, by the way. I think you met my wife already, and my son as well. Thank you for keeping out of trouble, by the way.
Very nice to meet you, V.
And yeah, just be cooking up a meal for everyone as everyone wakes up. I think Kallisto's out cold. Kallisto is just snoring in bed, has no urge or will to get out of it. Just out.
Does one even wake up after bullet wounds, even if it? Hope somebody else comes down here to eat this breakfast.
I think Chrissy kind of like, he feels hungover is the best way to put it, right? He's a little groggy, a little cranky, head spinning a lot, and he is lounging on the back of Lily, and they kind of drive by the crate and like peek in to like one of the little holes, and just kind of nods and waves and like moseys on in to the seating area and looks at everyone. Y'all got coffee? Caffeine? I'll take it straight. If you just have like caffeine that has been twice removed from whatever concoction, I'll take that.
It's just like a teardrop in a little cup.
We definitely have some espresso. If that's
yes, I would
good.
like
Okay.
I would like a Farouk size, please.
Are you sure?
Yes, please. I can
Okay.
if I could swim in it, it'll be even better.
Okay.
I just realized that Chrysanthemum can do espresso hot tub streams.
Oh my god.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
Now, I'm jealous of that. We'd all take a bath in coffee at some point in our lives, I'm sure.
Yeah, and then I'm taking you all to church.
Take it to church.
Yeah, and V will make make a shot of espresso for Chrissy and set that down. A little bit like they're kind of like looking like, are you sure this is okay? And sets
Chrissy,
it down.
like you just see like little hands on the side of the cup as he pulls himself up and like just rests his face in it. And then he lifts up and like you just see like espresso dripping from like his cheeks. Thank you. This is so good.
Yes, no, you're welcome. Do you want any
right?
foods? Yes, V.
I know you. I mean, not well, but okay.
Yes. No.
Do you just have some nutmeg?
Nutmeg. Unfortunately, I don't think so.
That's okay. This is fine. This is fine.
Okay.
And he just puts his face back into the espresso.
Again, I looked over their shoulder myself to just kind of concerned, but they're an adult. They can decide how they navigate life.
Please do not be concerned. I am simply checking on my disciples to make sure that the sunrise service has been performed accordingly. As Farouk is going to warg into Parik. So he will be sitting there silently, still being able to listen but not communicate, as his eyes will be with Parik as they fly out through the window and up through Stormforge.
There's definitely a moment of like the looking, I don't think concerned, especially after Farouk said don't be worried or concerned, but like just like curiosity of like, oh, what's happening here? Because though I do think they have interacted with magic, having their daughter-in-law being a sorcerer, but nothing like this. So I think they are like,
especially the primal spell variety.
Yeah. So they do look like head tilt before going, not my business, and goes again back
As
to
they
cooking.
say that or think that, Kallisto would have his necklace light up as he hears, I don't mean to cause for alarm, but I heard something in the night and it is not good. From upstairs.
Shoots awake.
Good morning. Sorry, I didn't want to say it out loud for other people to hear.
Yes, I'm away. And we'll head up to meet Loluphia.
She would be sitting just in a chair. You could see she's just been meditating in front of a window. And she opens her eyes to see you. And you can tell she's concerned, but she also doesn't know what she is concerned about.
This will, I think, take a seat, like basically mirroring Loluphia and looking to her. A very clear look of concern in his face.
There was another time. But it was with the minute. I didn't hear it again though, only once. But I don't know what it means.
When was this, before or during I was asleep?
Well, to be fair, it was during the middle of the night. It woke me up. But I didn't hear anything else afterwards, so I figured it was fine to go back to sleep. Get some rest.
Yeah, I think we both really needed it. We can definitely try to look into it, maybe ask any other wardens around if they've seen or heard anything strange.
She just stops for a minute and just smells the air. Is your other mom here?
Oh, V. Yes, probably, honestly. I think she was meant to be coming home from work yesterday, but the whole...
Well, I can smell that she's home from work. And Loluphia gets up. She loves V's cooking. And it's been a minute since she's had it. And so she, as gracefully and as light of air as she could, she kind of glides down the staircase. And for a moment, and for the first time for a lot of you, you like see her kind of light up as she walks around to the kitchen and she's just, where's my plate?
Don't even need to ask. And I think I want to get into like very short like history. I think after Kallisto and Loluphia got married, V's very much like the kind, they were like, Kallisto, don't mess this up. I love Loluphia. She's great. Don't mess this up for me, please. We were like, I'm the one marrying her. Like, please just don't mess it up for me. So I think like they've learned. I think they went out of their way to learn how to cook meals from like Sylvan / elf culture, as well as just experimenting with things that they've learned over time that you liked. So I think, again, a lot like Farouk, where Farouk had his own dish because they saw that he could take the fruity spice. I think they have like, again, made their own specific dish for Loluphia and have that like immediately set out ready, like just freshly warm, and set that down the moment you come down the stairs. And I think
that pursuit of dwarven perfection.
Exactly. Like, that's honestly exactly it. Fully exactly it. And I think it's weird, and you always notice this, and I think you're never entirely sure how, but despite your feet being like you're very light on your feet, like the stairs don't make any creaks or anything like that, she somehow knows when you've walked in before you made any
Slipped in the wind.
Yeah. So like she's set it down before you can even say, where's my plate? It's like right there.
Yeah, she felt the jolt of her waking up and the wind that goes down to the other window and then hits her.
How's he doing? Oh, yes?
Oh, no, sorry, you go.
No, it's only going to be like small talk between V and Loluphia. Yeah, so go ahead, Ed.
As Loluphia glides downstairs, Myshkin has just been at the end of the corridor, just waiting for one or both of you. And as Loluphia just kind of glides past for bacon, Myshkin just gets to his feet, and he's quite tall, looking down even at you, Kallisto. Kallisto, how's your arm?
In all honesty, it's been better, but it's not hurting too much anymore.
Good. Do you mind if I take a look?
I think he looks confused. Like kind of like a mix between confused to why it's interesting and kind of trying to figure out if this is even an appropriate thing to ask a person before going, yeah, sure. And they'll roll up their sleeve, and they won't fully remove the bandages entirely, but just enough for you to see what looks like skin becoming the texture and look of molten rock with the lava and magma beneath showing through the cracks.
Does it hurt?
Right now, nothing more than a dull pain. And he'll wrap it back up again. But whenever I get to heat it, literally, pun intended.
You hear Chrysanthemum cackle. in the espresso, so it's bubbles.
Yes, no, whenever I'm exposed to a bit too much heat or use the heat of my own, it irritates it. So I try to keep it to a minimum.
You have been very kind, you and your mothers, in letting us stay here, and might you permit me to try something?
I appreciate it, but I hope you don't mind me saying this, but no. You've
Get your Stormforge daily! Get your Stormforge daily! Newspaper.
Never mind, it's okay. We'll have breakfast.
Comes flying in and lands in between you while you're speaking.
Loluphia would look that way, and seeing this awkward interaction, she would talk to you via your necklace. Do you need my help?
Via the necklace, I'll say no. It's fine.
And y'all can see their necklaces are lighting up within the element of one another. She's like, all right, just say the word. I can take a cat down.
Trust me, I don't doubt that. As I crouch down to pick up the newspaper. And I'm gonna look on the, I guess just out of instincts, I wanna look at the front headline.
And as they are very animated ink style, you see in the front as there are city guard and 2 sky marshals battling this massive mechanical dragon. As the top headline reads, Agent 178 and city guards valiantly give their lives to protect the Stormforge.
Those motherfuckers.
I look at this and kind of just hey, morning everyone. Hey mom, take a look at this, and I'll just put the newspaper down with the front cover visible to anyone who's in the room.
Chrissy peers up over and flutters up for a second just to see, and nods before taking his place at the rim of the cup. Well, at least they're not going to be looking for everyone here. Right? That's a good thing.
This also can give us a lead on who to talk to. Because obviously somebody in publishing has now interacted.
Yeah, very good point, yes.
It'll be best if they don't suspect any one of us for quite some time. The less people know of our involvement of anything that's happening here, the better for everyone.
The concealment of the Mist Dome has both given the entire party a layer of anonymity and also the authorities an alibi to rewrite history.
As Chrissy says, yes, you're right, this could work to our advantage. It means we can... I mean, that is supposing this is a we situation. And he looks awkwardly at you, Kallisto, and then just moves over and starts picking away at the bacon and...
I will be entirely honest, I would like to know who exactly was the reason my kid was in danger, especially if the documents, even the badge, is fake, so it wasn't the Sky Marshals.
The serial numbers were also filed off their weapons. I believe they too required a certain amount of anonymity.
I will look over to Loluphia. What do you think? Should we keep looking into this?
She would look back and probably find her eyes to be on Ziva, who's probably had his friend stay over that night because it was just too late to even return them in a corner.
Colby is crushing breakfast.
About to say, he was probably picking off bacon and like throwing it at Colby. And
his nickname is Whole Milk.
Loluphia would smile at this and just look at you. It's not that I don't want to know. I just don't want them to be in trouble again. I'm fine with it if we can keep our family safe.
Yes. That feeling is mutual, trust me. On the one hand, I would like to know who put our family in danger in the first place, but I am wary that looking into it might just make it happen again.
Yeah, that's what I was hinting at.
It's most unfortunate then that fate has a different story and a different plan for all of us. Otherwise, we would not be here.
Olivia eyes kind of shoot daggers at you. Go ahead and
Chrissy
elaborate
looks
then.
unfazed. How much of fate do you believe in, Loluphia?
I don't believe in much.
Figures. Whether you believe in it or not, it happens. We haven't crossed paths in how long now? But here we are.
Not long enough.
Sitting across the table, looking at each other. This was not my choice nor yours. You don't have to like me to believe me. My job is to not do anyone harm. It is to tell the truth. This is bigger than all of us, but it requires us. For that, I do not know why.
Where is the bug man? And Myshkin just starts looking around.
He's asleep in the crate.
Oh, good. I'll go take him some bacon. And Myshkin awkwardly shifts away from the table and towards the crate.
I will tell you, last night I had another vision. This time of a mountain that I've seen at least once before. I don't know what it means. But I know I need you, Loluphia. I need everyone here to understand. We all need to understand.
I'll make that choice myself. And she gets up and walks out of the building.
Chrissy calls after her. Kindly, not like viciously or...
She does ignore you. She hears you, but she ignores you.
I would never want you to do anything that you didn't want to. And he looks at everyone in the room. And that goes for everyone. I am not going to tell you what to do ever. I can only give you the message that I see. And he looks at Kallisto. Take that for what you want, with a grain of salt if that is what you so choose. I've done my job. And he flutters down and finds like a little spot away from everyone once again.
Myshkin is just going to observe this, and I'm really sorry, Kaivar, but is just going to like drop some bacon into the crate, like very quickly, and then is just going to awkwardly squidge past the table and just step on out as well.
I promise nothing bad will happen if you roll a 1. But can you roll a stealth check?
Oh no, Kaiva jumps
Oh, put the bacon in the basket again, or get the fangs again.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Oh my god.
He notices.
You see, as you drop the bacon into the crate, you hear a little bit of rumbling, easily enough time for you to back away, and the crate door just falls open and Kaivar rolls out. And he's got that very happy look on his face, because he's still just being woken up from a very comfortable sleep. Even as he's fallen over, it's more like you rolling over in bed, as you're in that kind of like half-sleep trance, and sits there, and his face is right in front of the bacon that you just dropped. His eyes open, and you cannot tell that an insect is smiling, but you imagine that there would be a smile.
Myshkin looks...
I don't know what this looks like, but that sounds so scary. It reminds me of the butterfly teeth.
Little chittering.
Butterfly what?
Oh,
yes, in Meteorian Core, we have butterflies with teeth, evidently.
Oh no.
And my character's terrified.
Yep.
Okay, well, I hate butterflies
Wow,
more
this is going to
now.
be so fun.
Stop, forget about tomorrow, think about today, it's better.
Yep.
Myshkin looks down at this incomprehensible expression and just mutters a quick enjoy and heads on out of the Amber Forge, and he would like to see if he can see Loluphia.
She's not hiding.
Right as you walk out, Farouk's eyes light up. You're not gonna believe it! They took the fucking credit for everything! But no one is in the room. Except for I look down, I see Kaivar's on the floor worshipping the bacon that's in front of him. Oh.
You
Good morning, Kaivar.
You don't hear words out of Kaivar's mouth, but as he sort of looks around suddenly, gets to his feet, and you hear the kind of out of the voice box. He's fallen asleep on it. Just like shakes it a little bit, makes it work, and just hear, yep.
What the hell? The rest of you outside.
Oh, is everybody outside now?
No, I'm kind of like, I'm in the corner.
Yeah, I thought it was literally just Loluphia.
Just me in the corner. Who's being emo? I can't keep count. I don't know.
I'm still inside. I'm still inside the Amber Forge, and I think like having seen Loluphia step out, I would have followed, but I think I see Myshkin go out to
Myshkin
follow. Sound's gone into my head. Haven't seen Myshkin
go out.
Myshkin. I'd have left them to discuss things on their own. So I think even I hate those hands. Even Kallisto can tell that Myshkin wanted words with her without prying ears. So he'll sit back down and actually get out his pistols and start just doing maintenance on them. He used them quite a bit yesterday and wants to make sure they're in good shape today.
Myshkin sort of keeps his distance from Loluphia and tries to gauge where she is at.
So you would physically see her just right outside, probably just kind of leaning against a wall and looking up at the sky as clouds pass by, and you can hear calls of birds and see little creatures crawling about and not looking at you, but hearing you come out of the door and realizing your steps. She will just cross her arms and we'll go on then. You came out here for some reason.
I have to admit, I did not expect a sprawling city to be quite so beautiful. It's calm in a way.
Usually much more calm. But obviously hasn't been the last little bit of time that you've been here, actually.
Can't claim full responsibility. Things somewhat got out of hand. No pun intended.
Don't worry, although it's fate that I don't quite believe in. I do understand coincidences.
You and the Oracle. I sense a little bit of tension.
Her jaw tightens.
You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to. Yeah. Is your child all right?
Why are you so concerned about him? I've noticed your every move. And your questions are quite followed up by every move you make.
You two seem like good parents. And no parent should have to lose a child.
Did that happen to you?
No. It happened to people very close to me. I cannot begin to imagine what it would be like to grow up without the ones who are.
Why do you linger on these thoughts if they make you so upset?
They are heavy and they weigh. It is hard to shift a weight.
But it's not impossible.
It is not, no, but that is what I am striving to do. I am glad that your son is safe.
Hearing your words, she's looking down at your neck and these pendants. And you could probably see where her eyes are looking. Those aren't without notice. What are they
yours?
I mean, you could probably guess from the elements on them what it at least entails.
It is sweet.
Thank you. He's sweet.
Yes, he is. Foolhardy, but I am not one to talk.
He's a good dad, though.
I can tell that too.
So what are your pendants? What does it mean when they glow and come together?
Myshkin quite visibly looks very uncomfortable, and they are my focus. When I find myself lingering, as you put it. A way to bring me back.
From where?
I do not think of myself as a good person, and I do not know if that is inherent or it's a reminder that I can be better, should I choose. And I am choosing, I think.
I think it's just life's nature. To think we are bad when we do something bad. But even good people do bad things. And you are not bad. I can tell.
And he just reaches up and shifts his scarf a little around. So what do you make of this eclectic group?
Well, you alongside with it.
Yes.
It's not that I don't want to find answers and pursue those who would hurt us. I do not know this group. I do not trust that. But, like you are now, the more people are honest, I think we could be okay. Maybe.
If it is any consolation, I don't trust anyone either. Though you
Good, it's the smart thing.
Quite. So, mutual distrust?
Mutual distrust. She just smirks at that. And she reaches out a hand. I don't mean this rudely, but would you like to shake on it?
And you see, as his right hand reaches out, the sun pendant glows. Like green mist appearing at the end of his wrist, you see a scaled hand. And he reaches forward. It is cool to the touch, as he just shakes you.
As you touch, there's air and an element that's probably elevating this coolness and wrapping around and encircling our hands as if it is signing the dotted line on a deed. As we agree. And the air dissipates when she releases from your mage hand.
As does the hand.
All right. I will agree to go along with the group. However, I reserve every right to leave.
As do I.
Good. Do we hear anything from the inside? Are y'all talking or chattering up a storm?
I think Chrissy finds himself moving towards Farouk because Farouk is, unbeknownst to him, the longest constant in his life outside of Lily. So he kind of just flutters over and sits in silence for a moment before looking up at him and saying, should I just stop talking? Should I just stop all of this? I could very easily just be someone else and no. I'll be the same thing in my next life, just a different name and maybe looking a little different.
If the coyote stopped talking, it wouldn't be able to find its family again. Unlike the wolves, and left alone to fend for themselves, they must find a new pack. Coyote so. They can go alone, or they can form a new pack again. Because they never stop talking.
I suppose if you put it that way. But
You are always one to walk your own path when you need to. Others will never understand. But if you stop talking,
I don't know. I think that's the part that gets me. People tell me that I'm cursed. I'm starting to believe that.
you define your own reality. Chrysanthemum. This entire city-state looks at divination as a curse. We all know better. Sometimes we must exist, even if our lives are meant to speak against the wind.
Chrissy just kind of giggles and is like, why do you always have to say everything so beautifully? You, like, speak to my soul. Every time. All right. I'll stop my pity party. For now.
You should try these bangers, they're fire.
Are they the spicy kind?
Absolutely.
And, like, he flutters over and just, like, grabs, like, a big bite for him, which is like a crumb, and just, like, throws it in his mouth. And, like, you can see, like, the tears starting to well in his eyes as they pour down his face, and he's just so happy at the sensation and the food, and he's like, oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Vivi got handed counters like a little proud shimmy to themselves as they hear people complimenting her meal. And I think they will bring like a proper they'll bring like a proper plate of food for Kaiva as well. Because I think Kaiva, despite having not interacted with V yet, Kaiva is V's favorite. Just from right from the go, because he's very comfortably wearing the blanket she sewed. Seems to be loving the food, so I think immediately he's like, I'm gonna make this one especially for Kaiva, and sets that down, like to on top of, or like even more to add on to the bacon that Myshkin has left for them.
Yeah, he even tried one of the spicy sausages and didn't internally combust spontaneously. So it's a pretty good morning. It's a pretty good morning. Like as the plate of food gets set down, Kaivar is still sort of got his tiny hands and he's still sort of enjoying the like last little bits of bacon as he's feeding it slowly into his mouth. He sort of flinches a little bit as the entire plate of food is pressed down in front of him, and then just his eyes seem to get that much bigger. It's like,
if you want any more, just let me know. I can definitely make you some more. But I made it a portion I reckon that you could finish. And the thing is pretty big. So I think dwarves eat a lot for their size. So it's like medium, but for dwarf, which is pretty large for most people. And they set it down.
Kaivar is utterly stunned, and it suddenly makes a little bit of a connection, and sort of disregards the food and all the amazement for a second, and then sort of reaches back for his blanket, which he's still very much curled up in as he takes his seat.
You make this, yes?
This is just holds up the blanket.
Is Kaiva does not know word, but he's good, yes?
Thank you.
What is word for good,
Nice,
Kaiva still doesn't know he still doesn't know the word blanket.
V looks at him a bit confused for a moment and goes, "Oh, blankets. Yes, it's a blanket."
Yeah, yes. Good blanket, yes.
If you'd like,
Yes.
you can keep it if you want.
Kaivar is a little stunned and just sort of like pulls it closer around him. And then just quietly, like the Vox doesn't say anything, but he just looks up and is like,
The biggest smile spreads on V's face to go, "Yes, no, I made it for Ziva, but he's insisted he's outgrown it and hasn't used it for years, so I'm just glad that someone's using it. So please, take it as a thank you for keeping my son out of trouble. And my grandson, honestly, as well."
Kaiva will, thank you for blanket, yes.
and
My pleasure.
sort of starts rolling through the book for a moment and opens to a particular page, and it's kind of got palatial aspects to it. It sort of rolls in as though you're seeing the edges of the top of Ionic columns, and opening the page wide, Kaivar conjures a vision for a moment, and it's this sort of psychic silhouette of someone who looks sort of like a paladin of sorts, as you might call them in Pathfinder terms, a champion, and they just sort of take on a very dwarven-like aspect, and they sort of just go ahead and give a bow, and then the book closes again. Kaivar has been desperately rifling through before finding that page. It seems kind of clear to everyone that that's all he can really do immediately as a thank you, but there's a sort of profound gesture to that.
B, I think again it's a case of they've interacted with magic, but not much, and definitely not anything like this. So again, there is a moment of like fascination as they watch this image just play out on the pages of this book. Before again a smile spreads on V's face and goes, "Thank you. That was beautiful. What if you don't mind me asking, what was it? What is that actually? I've never seen a book like that."
Is part of song, yes? His collection, many battle songs, yes. This one, filled with many great warriors, yes. This, Kaiva no have, things, only vox, only songs, yes? So, Kaiva, sing, where songs can be sung, yes?
Again, I think this is like smile of that was very sweet, but also
I have no clue what's happening. Yeah.
No, I think honestly more, I think I understand this person a bit more than I initially thought I did. And they just go, "You're interested in great warriors, correct? Some stories of them and tales?"
Oh, yes.
Kaivar, like, immediately, you have piqued interest here. He, like, leans forward a little bit, and, like, his like, small hands are holding onto the Vox, but you can see the grip is sort of, like, tightened, not with stress, but with sort of excitement, you know?
They see the excitement, and I think they match it in a very nerdy excitement as they go, "Well, I work at a library, and there are whole sections of books and tales of great warriors, of legend and history. If you ever want to visit it, just visit there. Just let them know that you're a friend of V Amberheart, and I'm sure they'll let you in just to peruse. You might need to get a library card to actually take any books out, but you can at least very least stay there to read. about the many great warriors in legend and history.
Damn it, Kaivar's 4 possessions he will have by the end of this. The Vox, the book, his blanket, and a freaking library. My 4
Kallisto,
greatest possessions.
You begin to hear the fluttering of thopter wings as a small construct flies in the window over the sink, simply hovering with a small envelope with the seal of your warden's lodge. Skyhorn.
That's by Myshkin and Loluphia from the outside.
What's that?
Would this pass by Myshkin and Loluphia?
Yeah, you would see the thopter fly in.
And just to confirm, I'm assuming it is normal, but this is normal, right? For like ways for wardens to communicate.
Yeah, this is the normal way of communication via construct.
Perfect. Yeah, I will, once I've like put the last screw back into my pistol after the maintenance, I'll hop up and go over to the construct and plug the letter. And knowing fully well it can't hear me, I say thank you anyway to the construct before opening it up.
It's as the seal of your lodge, Skyhorn, Warden Lodge 72. Opening up that envelope. It animates in a way that's even stronger than the newspaper or the books do. There's some 3-dimensional properties to it as it opens. A request for a warden party for immediate departure. And you can see the vines that spiral out as it shows a massive image of this plant monster quarry from the valley and forgotten lands below. And that is where we will end this week.
Oh boy.
You're all so good, goddammit.
Please. Please.
Oh, I'm having so much
it
fun
Wednesday
just sitting and
yet?
listening.
Right? Is it Wednesday yet? I need to know. There's only 2 days that I care about. It's Wednesday and Friday.
I realize we never gave you the name of our actual manor.
I think this is just the name of the society, like the warden group, not the manor itself, right?
Skyhorn. I mean, he gave us a number of the lodge.
Oh, the lodge itself. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, no, interesting. I like it still.
In our backstory.
Yes. Right. No, at least on mine doesn't change too much.
Find out
what.
You can have your outpost that's down on the Forgotten Lands absolutely be your own thing.
Okay.
Skyhorn would be the lodge that is up in Stormforge proper.
What's that? Yeah.
So you can absolutely be the own wardens of your outpost below. I'll send you a DM
so I'm
on that.
understanding it as like this is the way I'm understanding it is like this is who we answer to. Like we're not fully freelance, we're part of a.
No, you can play it however you want.
agency?
You can be
Okay.
you can be the the master wardens of your own Forgotten Lands outpost, and this would be in coordination with the lodge that's up above.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So we can totally have fun with it. The lodge that's in Marrowstrand is Sailor's Heart 152. So we're starting to write down all the different ones.
Yeah. Okay. No, I love that. Okay.
Oh my god, I have to go back through this thing with a comb. I'm gonna have to be looking at the freaking captions to write all the shit down from this episode. Good god.
There's a lot of it's a lot of story.
Get your characters, get your lore here. Get your characters, get your lore here.
Some very interesting things have happened. My goodness.
Yeah.
On a selfish note, I'm very, very pleased that we got to pick up on a very interesting story beat that I was hoping we'd organically get to at some point with Kaivar, which is, what does he think about family? In other words, there's a lot of shit he just doesn't know about.
I wasn't expecting that at all. You take easy things for granted with a character that's learning about culture. You're like, oh, of course they know family. Oh, maybe they don't.
I love it. I love it. It just makes me love Kaivar so much more. Like he is my child now. Okay, he's my child now. Don't ask how it happened. Don't ask how it happened. I'm a magical being in a mundane world. I'm allowed to have bug children if I so choose.
He's even taking me by the strong hand. I'm like his grandpa.
I mean, depending on the day, I could be his little brother. I could be, his uncle. I could be his grandpa. I don't know. Who knows? Yep.
We're taking Kaivar fishing.
Not the hands.
Oh my God! I reserved Farouk reserves the right with Christy to take Kaivar fishing for the first time.
Oh my God! Yes. Yes.
I would very much enjoy any of this, but it highlights interesting things like, hey, some things in some cultures and some different places like this, their concepts, especially of what Kaivar is, are so literally alien in the sense of they're so different and apart from what we all take for granted. But, there are some things that must be universal, and there are some that absolutely don't have to be. And if you really think about it, family in itself is an invented structure to a certain extent, So it's, 100% playing off that idea. But I was so glad that someone sort of brought it up. Yeah, very excited.
I'm excited to have learned more about Myshkin.
Yeah.
That was my goal this entire session.
Pry more out of the cat.
The more I was like, I'm going to get you, Ed.
I'm just really excited that Chrissy, not that Chrissy would use that against Myshkin ever, because that's not the kind of person he is, but it's nice to feel that connection there, because now it's easy for Chrissy to relate to people. That's his job. But it is not frequent in which he is called upon to use this curse / blessing of the Oracle to help somebody, and it's a very private, personal, intimate moment with that person. And sometimes when people do those things, they don't understand the gravity of that. Mm-hmm. You're letting me into your aura.
Yeah, you're walking on the fucking wild side, man.
Yeah. So now, it's just interesting because Myshkin no longer feels aloof to Chrissy. There's an anchor there.
Well, that was a big thing because I mainly Raven, similarly to Bai, very selfishly on my part, I just hadn't done much with you, and I was like, I want to roleplay with Raven, and I was like, right. This is the session that I'm going to make sure that Myshkin has it, and you gave me the perfect in. So it's and by knowing how in depth you go with lore that you haven't written in terms of Destiny and all of your videos, I am every word you speak about Kaivar and his backstory, I'm furious. These are the most notes I've written in a single session. I am
Cameron too.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Just to make this really clear about walking on the wild side and the moment that you had with Chrissy, this is a good explanation of the difference between scrying and the ceremony and ritual that you just did. Scrying is magically going from one place to another place, A to B. Going through that ritual is like walking down an ethereal hallway where anybody can see you that does this kind of work, walks from point A to B. It is opening up into the cosmos where if people would be concerned, they can certainly sit there and watch. Luckily, there is a lot going on at any given time, but there are entities that can watch many things and many times.
Yeah. I don't want to get... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go on, Raven, go on.
I don't want to get too much into Chrissy's lore that I wrote a lot of it today because it just fucking hit me.
I love that.
But there's a reason why he has the threefold aspect. Like, the deity that he, I don't want to say works for, but like is of, and like whose mouthpiece he is benevolent for sure. But it'll be really interesting to see how it progresses if people continue to choose to use his abilities, and how that would manifest both on a personal level and on a higher spiritual level with that specific deity. I'm excited.
A lot of rolls.
I was gonna say something along those exact lines, because this is the totally fascinating part about an oracle, and in particular the way that Chrissy's story has panned out. He is the perfect representation of the paradigm of trust, which is that for trust to exist, you both need to invoke some kind of vulnerability out of one of the two at bare minimum. And ultimately, someone choosing to get some kind of service out of Chrissy as far as like the day-to-day is concerned would be making that choice and might be kind of whimsical. But for someone like Myshkin, who is looking for a friend, it's really sitting there and saying, okay, I need this. I've got to put skin in the game. So like you are this natural lockpick for people's personalities and for people's backstories. And I absolutely love that too, because as RoBear said, you're exposing it to more than just the pair of you. The trust also has to be in a wider context of the Oracle and the cosmos itself, which is just, oh my god, there's so many cool possibilities for where that goes on just a person-to-person level. I absolutely love it. It's like the perfect breakdown of how you understand what the dynamic of trust really is. It's great. It's 100% awesome.
Love that. Like, thank you for saying it like that, because if I... Like, the way that Chrissy was built initially was not for that, but like he evolved so beautifully into being like a way to help y'all very specifically evolve your characters and tell your stories in the ways that you want. And that for me is so fulfilling.
And it's coming full circle very well, as Farouk and Chrissy are outsiders from a part of town that people don't trust, in a city that's largely left them behind. But Farouk has always known family and his clan, and has always had that support as an older member of his tribe in this Ifrit. But he's seeing Chrissy as his adopted clan slowly grow into his own, and feel and accept that trust of others. But Farouk is enjoying the acceptance as well, as it is kind of finding our new tribe and a new purpose.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting because like that whole family conversation struck a nerve. Like Kaivar would probably know this the best, but there is no real family behind Chrissy at all. Like, there are other people in his tribe, there are other sprites in his tribe, but there's not actual family. Like, they are connected. They are each individuals, and they have their own experiences. But the ways in which they originated didn't leave for the traditional family. So it's just really interesting, and I'm really happy that I got to finally kind of like butt heads with Loluphia, even if only a little bit, right? because like there is this tension there, and it's like, now what? Like I think today was a tipping point for them specifically because like it's been building up, and like there's a dislike there, right? Not that Chrissy really dislikes people, but there's like a girl, you know, so he keeps his distance. But to see them finally be like, well, you don't have to like me, and Loluphia is like, good, I fucking don't. And Chrissy's like, well, I don't know what to tell you, you know, like. It's just a lot of fun, and I'm excited.
Sam loves Raven, just so we're clear.
Yeah, no, we're good.
I love it. It's the classic.
Really well.
Everyone else is here and enamored by Drak's wonderful presentation of Kallisto's greater family, and we're just all up, just like, oh, it's so kind. Can I get some more food, RP? You've done such a good job with the hospitality.
You really have.
You've set the bar for everyone else that whenever it comes time for us, if it is like, I'm thinking of myself in particular because I have that big family unit that's up. I'm like, dude, I gotta bring my game on my RP banquet. I was like, dude, I gotta have cousins, and like, I was like, oh man, my first feast, I gotta be playing 7 characters to try to compete with with Amberforge.
When
everything else beautifully.
Yeah, because I think the thing I wanted was, I think a good friend of mine, Gabe James Games. If you don't follow him, dude's great. But I think he tweeted out once, was like, I'm really not a fan of the idea that adventures need a reason, like a reason to be an adventurer, especially in a world where you can get paid for it and stuff like that, like a warden. Yeah. You don't need to be like, I have a tragic backstory and that's why I am now roaming the lands. I was like, I just want to give him a happy backstory and let anything tragic happen afterwards. Hell yeah! So I was like, yeah, give him a happy family.
As well, whenever we were building like our together backstory.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was like, yeah, just give him like, because I think it's fun to roleplay it out as it happens, and I think it'll be interesting to navigate the change of a person who goes through like a very comfortable, happy life to one that might have a bit more hardship and navigate that. But ultimately, I wanted it to be a case of like, I think it'd be interesting to have an adventurer who has family as a like to fall back on. So I don't think it's really a story that many people navigate, in my opinion, or explore in a game.
Hey, we love it over here. We love us some feasts.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Honestly, the food part was fully based on our own actual family. Whenever friends come over, they start whipping up foods I didn't even know they could cook. I'm like, what the fuck? I've been living here all my life. You even cook this for me. What are you doing?
I was waiting for you to ask me like, what kind of Sylvan food is it? Because I googled different Sylvan food, and there was one.
Damn it! I should have asked.
And it's a bowl of like silvery dumplings, in which each has a different unknown flavor. Some are delicious, and others are disgusting, but flavors are never repeated. And I was like, that sounds so chaotic. I'm here for that.
Whatever that is,
for her in the morning.
V absolutely made that. V made that 100%.
Yes, I love doppeldumpers.
Sylvan food for me and Faye is like all the dank ass seeds, like fucking big old fucking risottos, and like all the all that buttery, mushroomy, earthy richness that you can possibly like soak grains into.
Yeah, those are the different flavors in the dumplings today.
Yeah,
leaves it with this really lovely, earthy, rustic
one of them
tang.
tasted really dank.
Really dank.
Yeah.
I have to say, by the way, Drak, as well, well done on the perfect description of what happens when your significant other is very much adored by your family. Because let me tell you, introducing my wife, I sat there as like, guys, please, I really want them to like you. Please be on your best behavior. And by the end of it, I'm pretty sure my twin said, James, if you fuck this up. So yeah, nail on the head, 100%.
No, V loves Loluphia so damn much. And I know, I thought it was very I thought it was very cute as well, Sam, having just being like, yeah, Loluphia loves V's cooking. Like, specifically,
I've been waiting for you to have her appear. Because I have.
I was gonna have her. I love it. No, I was gonna have her appear earlier, but then the curfew happened. I was like, it makes sense for her to be like locked up in the library because of curfew as well.
Slept all the way through it.
Honestly, fully did. He was slept or read all the way through it. For sure.
The boys will be boys. You got them. Like, it completely like blows the whole situation. A hostage situation. There's nothing. Streets are clear. The newspaper. It looks like the Sky Marshals took care of everything. It's
Yeah, you murdered a guy in a fountain too.
I think once Ifrit wakes up, Ifrit will give like V the rundown, and that's when the like fear will hit, like, oh my god, Zeebo's in that much trouble, and like panic, and then the panic will happen, and then it will subside again, and then they'll be back to the normal self. But yeah, I think right now they're fully like under
someone in our home.
Exactly. You hear the whole like berating Zeevarth and Holton and Kobe for sneaking out, and then again back to like the grandmothering and making sure that everyone's okay again.
You know who I feel but the worst about everybody? Heisen Josta that has to go, what the fuck happened here? And nobody's talking to that dude. Just
I'm sorry. He's the next closest thing to a cop, and I was like, I am not saying anything.
You know, he means good, and you've cooperated before on stuff, but when it's fucking absolutely unnuanceable to be able to describe, Heisen's like just shows up and goes, what the fuck? He's got the Charlie Day board trying to figure out what is going on here. Yeah.
Us too, buddy, us too.
Oh, hey, now you guys get to deal with the Vosh Borg.
Yeah.
That was fucking bro.
Terrifying.
Those motherfuckers.
I'm so curious to know what Kaiba knows.
I think you described them. I thought they were like the cone heads. That's what I kept thinking of.
They're like that. They're very slender. Slender Man meets Conehead, just pale, creepy white. That vampiric, like
Same. So creepy white.
a handful of, there's probably only a couple ounces of blood in these suckers.
It's totally not the description, but like the mannerism very much reads like a Vorlon from Babylon 5 for me. Just like inscrutable, and you can't actually see who the hell they are.
For science, though, that's the great twist in this lore. Is they are the inventors of the health potion.
Yeah. It's
so
really
equally reveled and reviled at the same time.
I think Ifrit really doesn't like them. I think Ifrit has like as a not scientist, because they don't do like the sciences, but they do like crafting. They really don't like them because they give the vibe of like science for the sake of science rather than science for the sake of bettering. And like science for the sake of science will result in you making, yes, health potions, but also necrotic bombs. But science for the sake of bettering, you're more lean towards health potions and ways to better society.
There's no Hermetic order here. There's no guidelines. It's pure.
Yeah.
It can be as far out as possible, and it is very far out. Because they're also feared. They have this. You have another organization that has partial immunity as it goes through the city.
Yeah.
What?
Chrissy has feelings about it.
If you innovate too much, and if it is just science for the sake of science, eventually they come up with the magic cursed equivalent of the Goo Goo Glass, and then it's gone way too far.
Very good Starbucks girls.
Maybe we'll go see the Forgotten Lands next week. Who knows? Maybe. We'll see if we take a job or not. Join us. We'll see you next Wednesday. Love y'all.
Making double dumpers.